Chapter 908, Mayaonan's chance. The destruction of 3 imperial lineages in a few short days left the stone medicine world in a state of silence. The name Wuxia became a spell that echoed across the entire sky. It rendered many great powers breathless. After destroying the Sea sect, ancestors from the Jianlong clan, the Beastmaster Citadel, and the Jian clan came to meet Wuxia. At the same time, they also brought the complete secret treasury from the Sea sect as well. Wuxia only gave it a quick glance before speaking, punishment for sinners and rewards for contributors. Destroying the Sea sect is a great merit, thus your 3 houses may share this secret treasury. Thank you for your reward, Your Excellency. The ancestors bowed and didn't dare to say anything else. The ancestors from the Jianlong clan and the Citadel all knew Wuxia's identity at this point. The ancestors from the Jian clan were catching on as well. None of the 3 lineages dared to slight Wuxia, the legendary tyrant of the ages. They all understood that even if the Dark Crow Wuxia didn't do anything, his brave Tiger Legion alone could sweep through the 9 worlds. Your Excellency, my Jianlong clan is ready to obey. Where your decree points is where our war banners shall head. Would Your Excellency be willing to accept our service? An ancestor with a frightening origin from the Jianlong clan quickly asked after seeing Wuxia's good mood. Wuxia smiled and said, Tu Xian, after so many years, you finally stopped being foolish and have a clear mind again. This ancestor couldn't help but wryly smile after hearing this. Your Excellency is right. In the past, we youths were arrogant and wanted to provoke Your Excellency's prestige, resulting in the great offense. This ancestor was a scary figure. He had an unbelievably high position in the Jianlong clan and was an existence that had been sealed for many years. He could be considered invincible to the rest of the world, yet he was acting very carefully in front of Wuxia. Today, all the people here had been unstoppable during their respective generations. They were the most powerful ancestors from the 3 imperial lineages. Today, the secret that is Wuxia remained unspoken. They naturally didn't want to reveal this to outsiders and kept it to themselves. I don't blame you for that. Wuxia smiled and shook his head. For tens of millions of years, countless people have challenged me. If I kept every single person in mind, I wouldn't have enough time to even sleep. The only reason I sealed your Jianlong clan is because you shouldn't have participated in that ambush. We know of our sin. Ancestor 2 quickly bowed again. Their clan was persuaded by the divine beast realm back then and became involved in that great war. The result was easily imagined. Empress Hong Tian massacred the battlefield while the brave Tiger Legion trampled over the divine beast realm. One god king was massacred after another. That battlefield was a scene of carnage where rivers of blood turned into an ocean. Eventually, these imperial lineages who allied themselves with the beast realm lost completely, resulting in the pleading of the 100-life alchemy emperor. They were forgiven at that time, but all were sealed with a blood oath. None of them came out into the world afterward. Forget it. Wuxia nodded. Your Jianlong clan in recent years has been sensible with your reclusion. I can forgive the Alchemy Kingdom and the Beastmaster Citadel, so why not your Jianlong clan as well? Bring the blood oath here, I shall pardon your clan. We are grateful for Your Excellency's benevolence. Our Jianlong clan will go to hell and back at your command. Ancestor 2 quickly prostrated in exultation. This was a once-in-lifetime opportunity for their Jianlong clan. Eventually, Wuxia waved his sleeve slightly and said, all of you can leave now. Let Mayaonan come see me. Ancestor 2 was startled after hearing this and hastily responded, Your Excellency, my child has no sense of propriety. I hope that you won't pay it any mind. I will take her back and re-educate her well. It's okay, Tu Xian, I won't make things difficult for her. Let her come in. Wuxia smiled and shook his head. Ancestor 2 couldn't do anything else. He gently sighed and left with the other ancestors. After a while, Mayaonan came in. However, prior to her entrance, Ancestor 2 warned her time and time again to not do anything foolish, lest she involves the Jianlong clan and becomes a sinner of the clan. She only stood there after arriving. She opened her mouth several times but chose to stay quiet in the end. She wanted to challenge Li Qie in the past, but after witnessing Li Qie's invincibility, she felt despair. For immortal physiques and 13 palaces, what was she going to use to fight against these things? Thus, she was at a loss for what to do right now. She couldn't act arrogant before Li Qie since her confidence had been completely shaken. I know you want to challenge me. Li Qie smiled. I have also promised your master to give you a chance. But now, a fight between us won't be very fair. There is still a long path ahead of you. Wait until you are truly prepared in the future. It still wouldn't be too late to challenge me then. I understand. The once bullish Mei Aonan spoke without any confidence. She knew that she was not a match for him at the moment. Li Qie noticed her appearance and gently shook his head. There's no need to be so down. Just accept the reality that all geniuses living in the same generation as me are doomed to this tragedy. His words were very arrogant, but Mei Aonan didn't feel that he was being outrageous at all. She could only bitterly smile in response. I know your talents are incredible, but with regard to the Tao heart, you are not a match for your big brother. Li Qie continued, determination, ambition, and zeal are all good characteristics. However, you are not as accepting as your brother. It is fine to compete for the heaven's will, but there is no need to force yourself to do so. Follow your heart and the Tao during your cultivation. This is something you require. If you push yourself into a dead end, then you will walk down a very narrow path in the future. Think of it this way, success is fine while failure is also acceptable. Just be true to your desires. If you treat the competition for the heavens will as binding chains, then it will become your biggest obstacle as you vie for the peak. In the future, not to mention challenging me, I'm afraid you won't even be able to compete with your brother. Li Qie sincerely commented. This made Mei Aonan quite surprised. She looked at him in a strange manner after realizing that he was lending her a hand. Why are you helping me? A life of invincibility can be a bit lonely. Li Qie chuckled in response. If there won't be anyone who challenges me in this world, wouldn't it be too sad? Although you are not as brave as Jian Wushuang and not as brilliant as Jingxian, what you have is ambition. A heart that reaches for a future of greatness. Are you trying to recruit me? Mei Aonan was not a fool, so she asked for further clarification. It can't be considered recruitment. Li Qie said, I spent a great deal of thought on Wushuang and Jingxian. To tell the truth, I'm tired of personally grooming people. If you are willing, I would rather let you do as you please and develop on your own. You can act as my nemesis or work under me. I just want to see how far you can go. He paused for a moment before continuing. Also, I have seen your brother and I personally hold him in even higher regards. He has a clear and free Tao heart. Unfortunately, he has no ambition and I'm sure he wouldn't be interested in fighting against the world and sweeping through the 8 planes. However, you are different, you will be a great general. This has been proven by your praisable execution with the imperial edge. Mei Aonan asked, why should I work for you? Li Qie smiled and replied, it's entirely up to you. I won't force you at all, I am simply giving you a chance. You have the Beastmaster Citadel, the Jian clan, and even my Jianlong clan, isn't this enough? Mei Aonan stared at him. She was at a loss when it came to his intent and ambition. For any genius, having these 3 behemoths under them should have been more than enough to make them proud and satisfied. That is a different matter. As long as they don't oppose me, I am more than happy to have as many generals as possible. Of course, I would also be happy to stomp down on those who want to oppose me. Li Qie revealed a faint smile. Mei Aonan slowly uttered, is that a threat? Li Qie laughed in response, if, say, I wanted to threaten you, then you wouldn't be standing here right now. I don't mind if you want to challenge and compete against me for the heavens will, just remember one thing well, once you embark on the journey for the heavens will against me, think well about your ultimate fate. If it is a gentleman's battle, I'm sure the results won't be too bad. However, if you want to go all out regardless of the means, then I have to remind you, those who have chosen to do so against me all had very ugly ends. Mei Aonan looked at him and began to contemplate. After a long while, she still carried a royal aura and slowly asked, killing, conquering, and recruiting others, have you never considered friendship in your life? Friendship? Li Chia smiled, should I befriend someone like you? Do you understand me? Do you know of my thoughts? Can you shoulder the long and torturous years with me? No. That is why I will befriend people, just not you. Chapter 909. Before the departure, Li Chia paused for a bit before looking at her and said, if you think acquaintances are friends, then we can be considered friends right now if you don't oppose me in the future. She stared at him and responded, so I am still of use to you. Of use? Li Chia gently shook his head, these words are too much. I have always treated my followers well. Plus, if I wanted to exploit someone, I wouldn't pick you. Why wouldn't I use your Jianlong clan or the Beastmaster Citadel instead? It could be said that if I said the words, your clan and even the Citadel would be more than happy to work for me. I have no doubts of the Jianlong clans and Citadel's loyalties towards me, and I do not deny their power either. Li Chia lightly said, however, what I really need is a legion that I don't have to worry about, a legion that is completely loyal and will wait for me forever. Do you think your army is suitable? Are you lacking personnel? Mei Aonan regained some pride and confidence at this moment. However, she had to admit that Li Chia had many talented people under him. Li Chia smiled, how should I put this? It can go either way. If I only needed workers, then to be honest, I'm not short on people. However, I have a different definition of talents and workers. For example, Wushuang and Jingxian are generals that specialize in offense and formation breaking as well as taking the heads of enemy generals. As for Yeshua, she is a strategist. If I were to categorize you, you would be a combat general meant for the battlefield. Of course, I am not saying that I must recruit you. It is merely an interesting thought at this moment. Li Chia continued, the last thing I want to say is, keep your ambitious heart. The world will be very colorful in the future. Storms will rise in this magnificent era, and you shall have a stage to show your might. Mei Aonan thought for a second before meeting Li Chia's eyes, if I can't become the immortal emperor, I don't know what could be worth struggling for. She was determined to pursue the heaven's will, but her Tao heart was shaken at this moment. She was also confused because she wanted to surpass Li Chia, but she didn't know what she could use to do so. She used to think that she had the best ace, but the means that she considered to be the most powerful were not worth mentioning before him. No, Li Chia gently shook his head, for someone with your level of ambition, nothing mattered besides reaching immortal emperor. However, that is all in the past, things are different now. If you are willing, you will come to find just how vast this world is. There are many things beyond your imagination outside of the 9 worlds. As for whether you will have the fortune to see them or not, it is up to you to grasp the opportunity. Elaborate. Mei Aonan's eyes turned serious as she asked with a slightly changed expression. Li Chia took advantage of this situation. He didn't explain it clearly and only smiled. You should be asking your master about this matter. In short, I welcome you to challenge me anytime when you are ready. I won't make it difficult for you since I have promised your master. Of course, this is also contingent on the manner of your challenge and schemes. She stared at him for a while before turning around to silently leave. Li Chia returned to the beast world afterward. He only said one thing at this time, the treasure hunt is over. Everyone, leave the Bian beast world now. After this command came out, all the remaining cultivators on the beast world quickly left. His words right now were an ironclad law. No one dared to go against them nor did they dare to oppose him. The ravine and the Stony Edge Kingdom were the perfect examples. Thus, whether they were willing or not, they all left without question. Eventually, Li Chia could be found in the master mansion of Bian City in front of the painting. His eyes gained a profundity, as if they were capable of seeing through all things. Compared to before, there was a substantial change to the painting. It seemed to be full of life and joy. An indescribable atmosphere came from within, as if this world was welcoming its new master, the Hope Bringer. Li Chia looked at the painting for a while before taking out the Bian immortal rod. Go, a new generation is coming. The beast world is welcoming its master, so it is time for you to accept your master as well. With that, he threw away the rod. Buzz. The rod flew into the painting and traveled a very far distance. Eventually, it fell into Ming Yeshua's hands in the deepest location of this domain. Li Chia eventually turned around and gently sighed. Ming Yeshua had grown up after so many years. It was the bittersweet sentiment of watching a daughter grow up. Your Excellency, there's no need to worry. We have felt it now, Miss Ming has been accepted. The time she comes out is the moment when our beast world will have our new master. We will do our best to assist her. At this time, the golem stood up and solemnly voiced his promise. I do not doubt your words. Li Chia gently nodded and looked at the golem. Has your beast world readied itself to fight till the very end? Perhaps you don't know who or what your enemies are. Of course, you can ask that old geezer for more information. Are you talking about the traitor? The golem deepened his tone. I don't want to meddle with your feud. Li Chia said, however, he is indeed wholeheartedly working for the Bian beast world. His mistake does not mean that he betrayed the beast world. In the future, he will be of help to all of you. After all, he knows things not privy to the rest of you. The golem took a deep breath and bowed towards Li Chia. We will bear your Excellency's proposal in mind. If our new master pardons him, we will not pursue it any further. Li Chia nodded and eventually told the golem, go prepare, I want to use that portal in the city. I know that it isn't easy for you to open it, but this isn't up for negotiation. The golem quickly bowed with gratitude. Your Excellency, bringing our new master to us is a kindness even greater than giving us a new life. Just opening this portal for your Excellency pales in comparison. Li Chia responded, very well. Go prepare then, I will set off in a few days. The golem didn't say anything after agreeing. It really wasn't easy for the city to open that portal. However, they were more than happy to pay the price due to Li Chia's important favor of bringing them their master. After leaving the master mansion, Li Chia called for Madame Ziyan's group. He looked at the girls and said, it is time for me to leave. I plan on visiting the Drystone Courtyard before going back to the Mortal Emperor world. Drystone Courtyard. Long Jingxian immediately became spirited and cheerfully asked, how about I go as well? No, I cannot take you with me. Li Chia shook his head, plus, you have many things to do right now. Do not forget your promise to me. She couldn't help but pout in dissatisfaction after hearing this. Li Chia smiled, of course, as long as you work hard and meet my requirements, I will take you to somewhere very fun once you come to the Mortal Emperor world. She stared at him and quipped, you better keep your promise. Li Chia responded, others might trick you, but don't worry, I absolutely won't lie to you. However, let this be a warning, if you don't meet my requirements, then I will be sorely disappointed. As for the consequences, you should be ready for them. Bah, smelly Chia, you really look down on people. There is no merit law that I can't learn. She unhappily glared at him. I do not doubt your talents. Li Chia chuckled, but I do question your determination. Without my supervision, who knows if you will become lazy again. Humph, what's so special about you? Long Jingxian retorted, just you wait, I will definitely surpass you. 13 palaces isn't much, I'll take you down the next time we meet. Li Chia only smiled at her confidence. He looked over at Jian Wushuang and said, you have changed your longevity treasure and improved your Tao of archery. The fusion art between you and Jingxian is worthy of praise as well. This is a technique that can be considered unique across the ages. This is the time for both you and her to solidify what you've learned. Go back to the Jian clan and train before you eventually depart together with Jingxian. I was the one who came up with the fusion art. Long Jingxian was very proud of this technique from the two of them. It was indeed true that only someone with a natural immortal fate like her could create such an invincible technique in that short of a time. Li Qia agreed but also reminded her, yes, I have to admit that your ability to create techniques is formidable. However, don't forget that you also need Wushuang's Tao of archery. What was surprising this time was that the two of them did not bicker like before. Eventually, he told the madam, I can't bring you with me to the drystone courtyard either. Go back and train at Giant Bamboo for now. Wait until those two leave, then go together with them. Yes, young master. The madam responded. Li Qia nodded, leave the Imperial Draco Bull at your country as well. It will need your country's assistance in some areas, but bring it along on your next trip. The madam took note of his order. Li Qia paused for a bit before looking at her and said, if you think acquaintances are friends, then we can be considered friends right now if you don't oppose me in the future. She stared at him and responded, so I am still of use to you. Of use? Li Qia gently shook his head, these words are too much. I have always treated my followers well. Plus, if I wanted to exploit someone, I wouldn't pick you. Why wouldn't I use your Jianlong clan or the Beastmaster Citadel instead? It could be said that if I said the words, your clan and even the Citadel would be more than happy to work for me. I have no doubts of the Jianlong clans and Citadel's loyalties towards me, and I do not deny their power either. Li Qia lightly said, however, what I really need is a legion that I don't have to worry about, a legion that is completely loyal and will wait for me forever. Do you think your army is suitable? Are you lacking personnel? Mei Aonan regained some pride and confidence at this moment. However, she had to admit that Li Qia had many talented people under him. Li Qia smiled, how should I put this? It can go either way. If I only needed workers, then to be honest, I'm not short on people. However, I have a different definition of talents and workers. For example, Wushuang and Jingxian are generals that specialize in offense and formation breaking as well as taking the heads of enemy generals. As for Yeshua, she is a strategist. If I were to categorize you, you would be a combat general on the battlefield. Of course, I am not saying that I must recruit you. It is merely an interesting thought at this moment. Li Qia continued, the last thing I want to say is, keep your ambitious heart. The world will be very colorful in the future. Storms will rise in this magnificent era, and you shall have a stage to show your might. Chapter 9-10, The Future Path. After the ladies left, Li Qia called for the Tree Father and told him, Tree Father, I will return to the Mortal Emperor world. You can stay at Alpine Mountain for now. I will await young noble's orders. The Tree Father solemnly nodded. Li Qia smiled and said, Tree Father, I will definitely need you in the future for many different excursions. Although you are not the most outstanding among the God Kings in the 9 worlds, you definitely have the most vigorous blood energy. Even in the future, you can compete with the Emperor candidates. I look forward to that day. The Tree Father smiled and became a bit excited. Although his disciples and grand disciples were scattered all over the world, he had always been stuck at the mountain. Being allowed to come out left his blood boiling. I am only kidding, there's no need to underestimate yourself. What I need you to do is not to fight against the Emperor candidates. Li Qia chuckled and shook his head, what I'm hoping for is that in the future, you will be able to assail immortal emperors and preside over a domain for me. Assailing immortal emperors. The Tree Father hesitated for a moment. Although he had complete confidence in his abilities, assailing an immortal emperor was a very heavy topic. He wryly smiled and said, assailing an immortal emperor won't be easy. He was full of blood energy and cultivated the complete emperor suppression art, and he also had the coiling dragon banner as well. This gave him the capital to fight against all the god kings in this world. However, he was not so sure about his chances of becoming an emperor assailant. In fact, this had been a weighty topic for tens of millions of years. Countless god kings had tried before, but very few were able to succeed. I know it isn't easy, which is why I'm letting you stay at the mountain. Right now, you need to break through the chains of the virtuous ancestor level and the limitations of the Grand Tao in order to become an emperor assailant. Young noble, since the start of time, true emperor assailants have been few in number. 1 or 2 coming out in each generation is already incredible. The difficulty of breaking through the virtuous ancestor realm is about as difficult as becoming an immortal emperor. The Tree Father lamented with a sigh. Virtuous ancestor was the highest realm of virtuous paragons on the path of the Grand Era. The people of the world also referred to experts of this realm as God Kings. Of course, only real God Kings had reached this particular realm. Many self-proclaimed God Kings were far from reaching the virtuous ancestor level, such as the unbreakable emperor. In fact, for those paragons at the virtuous ancestor level, there was still a long way to go, even longer than the path they had already trod. Although the path of the Grand Era was not like the path of the heavens whose goal was to obtain the heavens' will for the throne, the path of the Grand Era could still push one's Tao to the peak and even break through its limits. Those who could do this were named emperor assailants, existences that could actually fight against immortal emperors. Naturally, very few people in history actually reached this level. Tree Father, you need to have confidence in yourself. You have been favored by the heavens. Li Qie slowly explained, you need to know that the emperor suppression art has been coveted by numerous people, even immortal emperors are no exceptions. Moreover, your coiling dragon banner is extraordinary as well. Although external items like the banner won't be able to help you break the Tao chains, there are many things within it worthy of taking your time to learn. As long as you can reach that step, you will definitely become an emperor assailant in the future. The Tree Father took a deep breath and solemnly said, I will try my best to not let you down. No. Li Qie gently shook his head, you should be saying that you will break through the Tao chains. The next generation will exceed your imagination. You must have that strength if you want to help me sweep through all obstacles. For you, becoming an emperor assailant is not some far-fetched goal, it is something completely within your reach. Assailing an immortal emperor didn't mean that one could defeat an emperor. At the very least, they must have the power to fight against an emperor. For example, it was mere boasting when someone like the unbreakable emperor claimed that he could fight against one. Even though he had the crystal physique, he simply didn't have the chance to fight back and could only be suppressed by the emperor. The Tree Father couldn't help but look at Li Qie and smile, young noble, you will surely become the immortal emperor in the future, yet you want me to become an emperor assailant. Are you telling me to challenge you? Li Qie smiled in response, Tree Father, you think too little of me. In my eyes, immortal emperor is only the beginning, the very first step. Plus, me wanting you to become an emperor assailant is not to challenge me. Your targets are the deities in the heavens. The deities. The Tree Father's eyes narrowed as he repeated these words. Of course, the Tree Father understood that the deities mentioned by Li Qie were not God Kings. There will be a bloody battle beyond your imagination in the future. Li Qie solemnly proclaimed, it will be a majestic and magnificent era that this world has never seen before. At the time of that true battle, your current achievements won't be worth mentioning. Even if you become the strongest God King, it still wouldn't be enough. You must break the Tao chains and become a God King capable of assailing immortal emperors. If you can't reach this step in the future, I'm afraid you will only be an insect in the eyes of others. They will crush you into pieces. Li Qie spoke with severity. Such words would leave others in disbelief. For everyone, God Kings were already supreme and could be considered invincible. However, Li Qie wasn't satisfied with that and even considered them as insects. This was truly astonishing. The Tree Father didn't ask who they referred to. He took a deep breath and said, rest assured, young noble. No matter how hard the chains of the Grand Tao might be, I will risk it all to shatter them. Li Qie's words had incited his ambition. He was willing to take the gamble. Very well. Li Qie nodded, only at that height will you be able to see the true colors of this world. It will be even more brilliant than 500,000 years ago. Once you can fight against the deities, you will understand what invincibility is. The Tree Father nodded with sincerity. At this moment, he already longed for that day, the day he stood at the peak and looked down at the great era. That would definitely be an unbeatable scene. After taking care of everything, Li Chia planned to leave for the drystone courtyard. He didn't let anyone see him off, including the ladies. He chose to go alone. The golems in Bayan City had prepared the portal for Li Chia. Li Chia took a quick glance at the painting in the master mansion one last time before he left. "Your Excellency, you can set off now." The golem asked, "The drystone courtyard is right beyond this portal, are you ready?" Li Chia said with a nod, "I know how frightening the courtyard is, but don't you worry, I have prepared very well for this." The golem led Li Chia to the portal. In front of the entrance, Li Chia looked at the mysterious spatial portal and commented with a tinge of emotion, "Since the ages, those who could build a portal that remains stable are few in number. Outside of a couple legendary existences, only a user of the space scripture would be able to do this. This portal is indeed wondrous, but it cannot go to that legendary location." The golem lamented. Li Chia insipidly said, "This is normal. Outside of immortal emperors, no one can go there. It is impossible to freely travel to that place." The golem stated, "However, Your Excellency is an exception. You can go up there and come back down." Li Chia only smiled. He naturally wouldn't divulge this secret to someone else. He simply commented, "Don't worry, you will also be able to see it in the future. Just be patient." The golem nodded and didn't say anything else. He would wait for that day to come. "Well, you still have a lot of time. I won't be chatting too much now since I have to go." Li Chia glanced at the portal then stepped inside without any hesitation. He disappeared right away. After Li Chia left, the golem closed the portal. He returned to the master mansion and transformed back into a statue. No one could tell that he was a living being. On the other hand, Li Chia appeared before a courtyard's entrance after entering the portal. He silently stood there as his body slowly began to petrify, issuing cracking sounds every now and then. However, Li Chia was prepared. He summoned an item and mounted it, dispelling the petrification and leaving him unaffected. If someone else saw the thing that he was riding, they would definitely not believe it. It turned out that it was a completely white wooden horse. He traded a longevity fruit for this wooden horse back at the golem square. However, this wooden horse was bigger now than before. While riding the horse, he analyzed the courtyard before him. It had a very ancient look, as if it had experienced countless moons. There was a plaque on top of the gate with two ancient words. Ordinary people wouldn't recognize these letters. However, Li Chia was able to read them, "Drystone Courtyard." Drystone Courtyard, still unchanged after so many years. Li Chia sighed in front of the courtyard. Eras shifted with time, but this place didn't have the slightest change. Chapter 9:11, Entering the Drystone Courtyard. The Drystone Courtyard was one of the 12 burial grounds. However, when it came to these places, many people would think about the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground or the prime ominous grave. Very few would think about the courtyard. The reason was that the courtyard was even more mysterious than these two places. Anyone could try to enter the heavenly corpse burial ground, but this was not the case for the courtyard. Even those who could arrive at the courtyard would be limited to its entrance. The place was only a yard. Of course, as for how large it was, no one in history could truly say. In fact, very few who went and ever came out again, with the exception of immortal emperors. Only a minority of god kings ever made it out alive. Some even said that the courtyard was the most dangerous among the 12. Li Chia did not reject this notion. However, in his opinion, as long as one had the right methods, the courtyard was much safer than the others. Clop, 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 Li Chia rode the wooden horse inside and immediately saw many stone statues. These statues were lined up near the entrance with many different expressions. Some were scared, others were drowned in despair, and a few were turning around to flee. These statues were very vivid and lifelike as if they were real. They were enlightened beings who were lucky enough to enter the courtyard. Alas, their cultivation was not strong enough and they were instantly petrified the moment they set foot inside. The drystone courtyard isn't for just anyone to enter. Li Qiye only shook his head after seeing this scene. This wasn't his first time seeing this. In the past, he had visited the courtyard multiple times before. The amount of statues would increase after each subsequent visit. He didn't stop here after glancing at them. Losing their lives immediately upon entering meant that they were weak, not someone that could be called invincible. There was only one danger in the courtyard: petrification. No matter what type of existence one might be, they would be affected by this power of petrification. Moreover, the deeper one went, the stronger this force would be. At a certain depth, even god kings would turn into stone indefinitely, a fate no different from death. As for what kinds of treasures and secrets were within, this remained a mystery to future generations. However, this didn't deter many experts and invincible existences from coming to the courtyard to find out. The majority of these people lost their lives here. Nevertheless, it wasn't difficult to solve the problem of petrification. It was very simple to come out unscathed even if one wasn't an immortal emperor. They only needed one item to be unaffected by the petrification process: the wooden horse. Of course, this type of wooden horse was very rare. No more than 5 were available throughout history. Plus, their whereabouts were unknown. Very few knew about the existence of these wooden horses, let alone their effects. In the eyes of the bidders back in the Golem Square, Li Qiye trading a longevity fruit for the wooden horse was simply insanity. Only someone like Li Qiye knew the value of the wooden horse and how great of a deal it was. He continued deeper into this place. It was a dangerous ground for others, but to Li Qiye, this was a courtyard with decent sceneries. Here were waterside pavilions with decorated mountains and springs. Lakes and streams could also be found surrounding the central area. It didn't look like one of the 12 burial grounds, more like the abandoned garden of a wealthy family. The trees continued to grow older below the lonely moon and sun. The creeks continued to flow without the presence of fishes and other aquatic creatures. Only silence could be found here. There were no signs of life in this place. This was a tranquil reserve that would last for millions of years. Li Qiye continued on his wooden horse and its clopping hooves. This sound seemed to be everlasting. Only his horse was moving in this place. Any first-timer would be hard-pressed to believe that this was the drystone courtyard, one of the 12 burial grounds. The courtyard was huge, but no one could describe its exact size. Some even said that no one had ever seen the entire location. Of course, this was true for outsiders. Li Qiye had been to the entire courtyard before and had seen areas thought unexplored by others. There were fewer stone statues in the later parts of his journey. However, these statues were all famous people with no lack of god kings. Skyrain Venerable, quite amazing and worthy of his fame. To be able to reach this place, Li Qiye was able to recognize a few famous existences as there were very few who made it here. Sai, Remembrance Goddess. So brilliant back then, swooned even an immortal emperor. What a lamentable fate to eventually become a statue. Li Qiye met a female statue along the path. One couldn't really discern her features anymore due to the petrification, but her elegance and past beauty were still quite apparent. Idle-gen beast, what did you run here for? Don't you remember? Your dwelling caused so many people to salivate. Li Qiye continued on and couldn't help but smile when he saw a beast that resembled both a dragon and a serpent as well as a dog. One sword to reach divine investiture, an incredible sword. Being petrified for so long yet the sword energy still remains. Li Qiye saw a sword-wielding statue deeper inside. It was still emitting a terrifying sword aura, so even he had to voice his praise. Upon his arrival, golden shimmers suddenly appeared in the sky. Countless glittery lotuses floated down as a person descended from above. He was accompanied by many phenomena, including a golden dragon with a haunting immortal hymn. Each of his steps created lotus flowers while golden springs oozed among the clouds. It was an old man with immortal energy floating around him. Although no one could see his real face, he carried an oppressive divine atmosphere as if he was an eternal immortal from above. Anyone would be stunned to see this. They would absolutely believe that they had met a legendary immortal. "Little friend, where did you come from?" This immortal-like old man had a very kind voice. "Okay, old geezer, your illusions might be able to trick others, but don't try this little ruse in front of me." Li Qie smiled and said, "You can't even see me yet you still want to beguile me? After millions of years, your methods are still so lousy. Who are you?" The old man with his immortal aura quickly changed into a tempestuous god. His divine aura engulfed myriad domains, causing others to have an impulsive desire to prostrate to him. "Old geezer, you're so old that you can't even sense it anymore." Li Qie gently shook his head while riding the wooden horse. "I kindly traveled endless miles just to visit you, yet you can't even recognize me. How disappointing." "It's you." Eventually, the person recognized Li Qie. Everything disappeared, including his deity and immortal forms as well as the golden lotuses. The only thing left was the cliff and the unfathomable abyss below. "It's you, the goddamn crow." Eventually, a shocked voice came from the abyss. "Impossible, you tried for so long without any success, but now you've actually reobtained your body." The Drystone Courtyard was one of the 12 burial grounds. However, when it came to these types of places, many people would think about the heavenly ancient corpse burial ground or the prime ominous grave. Very few would think about the courtyard. The reason was that the courtyard was even more mysterious than these two places. Anyone could try to enter the heavenly corpse burial ground, but this was not the case for the courtyard. Even those who could arrive at the courtyard would be limited to its entrance. The place was only a yard. Of course, as for how large it was, no one in history could truly say. In fact, very few ever came out after entering the courtyard, with the exception of immortal emperors. Only a minority of god kings ever made it out alive. Some even said that the courtyard was the most dangerous among the 12. Li Qie did not reject this notion. However, in his opinion, as long as one had the right methods, the courtyard was much safer than the others. Clop, 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 Li Qie rode the wooden horse inside and immediately saw many stone statues. These statues were lined up near the entrance with many different expressions. Some were scared, others were drowned in despair, and a few were turning around to flee. These statues were very vivid and lifelike as if they were real. Chapter 9:12. The person at the base of the precipice. "Old geezer, you are wrong about that." Li Qie chuckled and shook his head. "It is not that I couldn't reclaim my body. It is only that I didn't want those around me to pay the heavy price. This is the difference between you and me. I won't do the things you are willing to." "Ha ha ha ha. You are killing me. Damned crow, even though I haven't walked on this earth for a long time and know very little of its tales, don't forget I am the person who read your sea of memories before. How can I not know what type of person you are? After so many years, I'm afraid one wouldn't be able to count the number of people killed by your hands from the massacres you committed in the 9 worlds." A sneer came from the precipice. "Old geezer, you are wrong again. To be exact, you and I have shared our memories. But I know even more of your secrets. At best, you only know a few early secrets of mine back during that distant era." Li Qie smiled in response. The old man snorted. He was clearly unhappy with Li Qie's answer. Li Qie continued on, "Plus, old geezer, you're mistaken about something else as well. Yes, I am a mass murderer. I can massacre billions of existences for the 9 worlds. I can extinguish a race for the sake of the human race. I can sacrifice many things for the human race, but I would never sacrifice them for my personal sake. Otherwise, I would have obtained my physical body long ago. There wouldn't have been the need to wait until now." The voice below the cliff sneered and retorted, Who knows what you are thinking? Who knows what schemes you're concocting in your mind? Who knows of your ultimate goal? Perhaps one day, you will commence a blood sacrifice that involves the entire world." Li Qie chuckled. "Old geezer, let the feud from back then drop. You still can't get over when I tricked you back then during that ancient era. Don't forget, you started it first and destroyed my body. I'm already very magnanimous for letting it go. Ha ha ha, the person in the abyss laughed gleefully after this past event was brought up. Damned crow, even if you were immortal, you still had to drink the water I washed my feet with. People will always mature. Back then, I hadn't been the dark crow for too long and was too inexperienced. This was the only reason why I was caught by you. However, even though those years were like hell, they were worth it for my training. Wuxia smiled. Your sea of memories connected with mine as well, allowing me to learn many, many secrets. I received more for less, so in reality, I was the winner. There's no need to gloat. If it wasn't for that existence back in the immortal demon grotto messing with your sea of memories, I would have taken them all away instead of having to resort to the other method. The person was outraged. Nevertheless, amidst his wild state, he was still quite content with himself. But you damned crow, even though you stole so many secrets of mine back then, there is still one memory that you will never get. I know. Wuxia replied, soul connection is not the end all be all. Because of its shortcomings, it not only allowed me to trick you to steal your secrets, it also let me escape from your place. Old geezer, even though you destroyed my body back then, that disaster taught me how to strategize. Even if you rise again, I will still out-scheme you and take everything away from you. But to tell you the truth, outside of that eternal secret, you don't have anything else to lose anyway. The person under the cliff coldly spoke, damned crow, you can keep on being complacent. One day, I will destroy you even if the 9 worlds no longer exist. It doesn't matter that you are indestructible, I will still grant you an eternal death. I know you can do it, old geezer. You have already destroyed everything once, there is nothing else that you can't do. Wuxia smirked, but don't forget, after so many years, what do you actually have? Nothing but your empty hands. He continued on while stressing each word, no matter how high you stood back then, no matter how many followers prostrated before you, what do you have now? Nothing, you're only a lone soul remnant. Those closest to you and those most loyal to you. I'm afraid at the very last second, they were stricken with regrets. Blood ties and undying loyalty, you didn't deserve any of these things. Crow, what about you? What do you have after these tens of millions of years? You are just like me. I don't care what you have done, and that includes protecting the human race and the 9 worlds. What do you have now? You are just like me, you're just a lost soul. The person sneered. Yes, I don't have much left. Throughout these millions of years, people left me one by one. Those who loved me, those who were always loyal and willing to give up everything for me. They have all left and returned to the earth. Meanwhile, my deeds are also disappearing in the river of time. Wuxia gently sighed after saying this, but old geezer, I have never let my people down. I have never let them taste regret as they followed me and fought to the very end. They didn't disappoint me, so I didn't disappoint them. Old man, this is the difference between you and me. You can sacrifice everything for your own sake. You do not have a bottom line. Wuxia continued on, I do not deny that I have messed up and lost many things and that I've made some mistakes, but no matter what happens in the future, no matter what my own desires are, I will never cross my bottom line. Not even a single step. The person said in a carefree manner, so what? Myriad ages turning into nothing, yet I am without regrets. Wuxia chuckled, I am also without regrets since it differentiates me from you. Even though you were unbelievably heaven-defying back then, in my eyes, you are nothing more than a bastard. Both of them were without regrets. However, the regrets they were talking about were different. That's right, I am a bastard, but in my eyes, you are one as well. The person responded, that year, you killed your way to the very end of that location. You could have done an even more incredible job, but if I'm not mistaken, you gave up an incredibly good opportunity because you wanted to stay true to that so-called bottom line. I know, but I have no regrets. Wuxia chuckled. One day you will regret it. When that day comes and you are truly facing the consequences, you will regret the fact that you were not cruel enough. The person at the base of the cliff sneered. Old geezer, you are mistaken. I have faced the consequences before, and I am still alive today. Even though the process was very arduous, almost unbearable, I am still without regrets. One day, I will rise again. On that day, no matter what happens, I still won't cross my bottom line. It is that simple. Li Qie spoke with a faint smile. This was met with a long period of silence. It seemed that the person didn't want to say what was on his mind. After a while, he changed the topic. Your trip here this time was not to see me, right? Heh, or maybe you still haven't given up and want to obtain that secret. Li Qie smilingly said, you know me, I am someone who is sentimental about friends. No matter what happened back then, at least we still got to know each other, yes? It wasn't easy for me to come here, so I just had to see an old buddy at least. Don't give me this nonsense. Just spew your shit. The person sneered. Li Qie leisurely responded, old geezer, what's the rush? You still haven't died after so many eras, and you won't come out either. We still have a lot of time left, so why don't we take our time to chat? Plus, how many generations does it take for someone to actually come to this place? Chat. About what? About that secret? The person chuckled. Li Qie replied, you should be thanking me for coming to chat with you. For millions of years, you can't even find ghosts here. This is a once-in-lifetime opportunity to have someone to talk to. He smiled and went on, of course, if you want to talk about that secret, I would be happy to listen. The person down below couldn't help but laugh. Haha, damned crow, you still haven't given up hoping for that thing. Okay, I can tell you, but you have to drag me out of this accursed place first. Drag you out? Li Qie started to laugh as well. Old geezer, you are just daydreaming. You know better than anyone else that that is impossible. As long as the high heavens remain strong, you will never see the sun again. You went too far back then, so there is no chance in hell that you will ever be able to escape from the suppression down there. Ha 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 ha. The person down below crazily laughed. Crow, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't you say there was nothing in this world that you couldn't do? What about now? Are you afraid of failure so you are giving up already? Old geezer, your words are meaningless. In fact, I have failed many times in the past millions of years, too many times to count. Li Qie slowly said, however, I actually do have a way to solve your problem. The issue is that you should already know there is no way I would actually do it. I would rather not know that secret than let you out. Ha, releasing you? The price is too high for me to pay. Chapter 9:13. Distant past. The person below the cliff jeered at this response. Oh, how admirable you are, Crow. Heh, don't forget though, many people in this world want what I have. Even immortal emperors would not be able to resist the deadly temptation. Is that so? Li Qie chuckled. Old geezer, do you think you can succeed? We won't talk about the past, but recently, don't think that I don't know about you trying to tempt immortal Emperor Ta Kong. But in the end, did he save you? Not even mentioning whether he was capable of such a thing in the first place, even if he did. Ha! Li Qie snorted at this point. Crow, how long can you remain arrogant for? Watch it or you'll be dragged down from your pedestal before you know it. It would be a shame if you were to be destroyed by an immortal emperor eventually. The person below sneered as well. Yeah? Only an immortal emperor? No matter which one it might be, if they dare to cross my path, I will kill them. It is not like I haven't killed immortal emperors before. With that, his eyes turned cold as he slowly said, you should have seen what I have done back then. Immortal emperors and deities, if they violate my principles, I will slaughter them. Old geezer, don't think I don't know what you tried to make immortal Emperor Ta Kong do. Unfortunately, he could only play nice when I was guarding the mortal emperor world and the other 8. He was free to continue being an emperor, but if he didn't respect us, the person below sneered and said, haha, Crow, do you dare to let me out? We can play again in this generation. I know that you are the tyrant across the generations and that your supreme name has been engraved in the eons, but do you want to try the taste of defeat? Li Qie calmly responded, Old geezer, I don't know if you are being serious or not, but I'll be frank. You think too highly of yourself and still think of me as the crow of back then. Even if you can leave this place, you are no longer my match. I was able to escape and trick you back then, so now, I can definitely lead you to your death. Humph. The person below snorted and then coldly said, Well, in that case, you and I have nothing to say. Li Qie also didn't care, he only leisurely said, Old geezer, I came this time not just to see and chat with you about the old secret, it is also to say goodbye. You know that I have reobtained my body, so this means that it is time for me to go big. Millions of years of calculations are finally about to bear fruit. Success is fine, but failure is fine as well. When I kill my way back there again, I will become eternal and won't return, so I'm here to bid you farewell. Regardless of our grudges and whether you are a bastard or not, how should I put this, back during my first attempt, I used a few moves from you, so I should be thanking you for that. Without those secrets of yours, I would have had to waste a lot more effort. Just let the past go, everything will come to an end with the upcoming war. Alas, it is a shame that you might not be able to see it. With that, Li Qie rode away on his wooden horse. Damned crow, Li Qie didn't make it far before the person down below spoke. Do you think you can win? So what if I lose? Li Qie nonchalantly smiled and replied in a carefree manner, For others, becoming an immortal emperor is their ultimate aspiration. But for me, I only want an answer. Neither the deities nor the villainous heavens will be able to prevent my search. Me and those who were with me have spent too much effort on this path, so we need an answer. Along the river of time, you aren't the only one who spent a tremendous amount of effort. Keep in mind that no one has been successful before. The person raised his voice. Perhaps someone has been successful before, it's just that you and I don't know about it, that's all. Li Qie chuckled, This path is paved with bones. Countless people persevered with a dream only to fall along the way, and yet, no matter the consequences, I will keep going even if it means defeat. Li Qie laughed his heart out in response. The person at the base of the cliff pondered for a moment. After a while, he slowly said, Crow, I won't tell you the secret, you have to find out for yourself. However, I can give you a hint, everything is hidden in my memories, it is all inside my secret. Thanks. Li Qie turned around and looked at the cliff to say, Old geezer, goodbye for now. May we never meet again. This last remark was full of sincerity. With that, he departed without stopping and disappeared along the path. The endless river of time, how interminable and insufferable. Back then, I was the sole sovereign above all others. A sad lamentation could be heard from beneath the cliff, indestructible and everlasting. Ha! Old villainous heavens, I will wait for the day of your demise. Eventually, the abyss became silent again. No one knew that there was an unbelievable secret below that the world would never find out. Li Qie left the cliff and roamed inside the courtyard. There were many amazing landscapes and many incredible events. However, Li Qie had grown accustomed to them. Newcomers who could make it to these places would never forget them for the rest of their lives. However, these things couldn't be any more ordinary to Li Qie since he had been here many times before. There was no one in the current times that understood the courtyard more than him. He seemed to be carefully searching for something at each location. There were many pathways in the courtyard that led to all the different directions. It was not easy to see the courtyard in its entirety. After going from one place to another, Li Qie still couldn't find the thing that he wanted. However, he was not in a rush and continued searching in a meticulous fashion. Nothing was impossible for a willing heart. Li Qie eventually stopped near a lake. This calm lake was neither big nor small. The lack of fish was evidenced by the lake being as still as the courtyard itself. Li Qie glanced at an inconspicuous corner of the river, then he rode his wooden horse over. In the middle of that corner full of weeds and bushes, there was a tiny stone nest. It was made from stone grasses woven together. Inside was a duck. Of course, it was made out of stone as well. Despite resembling a carved statue, it was very animated due to the unbelievable craftsmanship. There were also 8 stone eggs inside the nest, all different shapes and sizes. Some were flat while others were round, some were even square. Some were blue, green, and also white. All 8 were right below the squatting duck, so people would think that this duck gave birth to them. Wuxia leisurely smiled and murmured after seeing the duck and eggs, "Truly incredible. You really do move your nest once every generation. Worthy of being a peerless existence. For millions of years now, you have been toying with so many people in this world. If anyone were to see Wuxia talking to a stone duck, they would think that he was crazy." No matter what Wuxia said, the duck remained a statue and didn't come back to life. Wuxia ignored this and reached out to touch it. It felt like stone and was definitely not an illusion. However, whether it was made out of stone or not, Wuxia knew full well. There was also a big secret here unknown to the rest of the world. Wuxia then touched the 8 eggs instead. They were also rocky and completely inseparable from the duck. It seemed that the eggs and the duck were rooted to the earth. There was no way to move these things away. Wuxia was not surprised at all to see this. He touched the eggs one at a time, then commented with a smile, "Extraordinary. You were actually almost successful. Once this is accomplished, it will be frightening as hell." But no matter what he said, the duck and the eggs had no response. He was just talking to himself. Wuxia leisurely continued, "I will definitely seize the heavens will this generation. Are you considering coming into being this generation, or perhaps the next?" Chapter 9:14, Talking Stone Duck. Wuxia just spoke his bit without caring for the unresponsive duck. "If you don't answer, I'm going to take it as you coming out this generation. If that's the case, you will be my rival, so should I be thinking about breaking you right now? This is not a bad idea, what do you think?" The stone duck did not respond. Wuxia rubbed his chin and smiled, "Very well, if someone thinks that I'm just messing around, we'll just have to see which rock is harder. Let's give this a smash." With that, he opened his fate palaces and took out his own stone egg from inside the 13th palace. This stone egg had an incredible origin. He held it in his hand and prepped it to smash the duck. Buzz. However, right before he smashed the egg down, waves of light began to float around the duck. Its stone form finally melted away and a very ordinary-looking duck emerged. "Brat, you win. Just spit it out if you have something to say." The duck spoke with a coarse and old voice as if it came from a different space. "This is more like it, now we can have a nice chat." Wuxia laughed, then looked at the stone egg in his hand while saying, "It seems like my egg is a lot harder than you." He obtained this unfathomable stone egg from the heavenly corpse burial ground. It had swallowed an unreasonable amount of myriad star water. There were also many earth-shattering secrets hidden within it. At this time, the duck was also gazing at the rock in Wuxia's hand and grunted, "Humph. Out with it." Wuxia put away the stone egg, then took out a different rock to say, "I have this piece of rock right here, I'm sure you will want it. Where did you get it?" The duck's eyes narrowed. There seemed to be a radiating star inside its pupils that flashed a blinding brilliance. "Oh, I just picked it up somewhere." Wuxia smiled and ignored the blinding radiance from the duck. This rock came from the Golem Square's auction. It was said to be left behind by immortal Emperor Wan Shi, but the world didn't know its uses. Wuxia looked at the duck and leisurely said, "You have 8 stone eggs right now. If I'm not mistaken, you are missing one. I just checked earlier, the one you are missing is the primary soul." Well, interestingly enough, the rock in my hand just so happens to be the primary soul within the 3 souls. The duck continued to stare at the stone in Wuxia's hand without saying anything. Wuxia smiled, "How about we negotiate? I will give you this stone for just one item." I'm not asking for much. Huh, brat, I won't negotiate with you so carelessly. If you know my identity, you shouldn't be bargaining with me, am I right? The duck laughed. Li Chia chuckled in response. You are mistaken. Even if it was the deities in the heavens, would still be able to negotiate with them. I know you are very heaven-defying, but how do you think you compare to the old geezer beneath that cliff? In the past, I nearly tricked him to death. Do you think I can't do the same to you? Humph, I have neither desires nor ambition, so why should you trick me? The duck was very annoyed with Li Chia. So you don't want this stone? Li Chia playfully juggled the stone with one hand and spoke. I know you are amazing, but I'll be frank with you, I'm not afraid of you and don't care for your threats. If I really wanted to take care of you, I could have told Empress Hong Tian to destroy you for good back when she was still here. However, I didn't do so because I am merciful, right? I am someone who asks for nothing in return. Li Chia continued, plus, what I want is very simple. It is impossible to not pay a small price for this stone. I suppose if you want to try and rob me outright, just go for it. I'm actually curious to see how much of the petrification you can handle once you leave the stone nest in your current state. The duck judged Li Chia for a long time. Eventually, he opted to make a deal. What do you want? I heard that you have a bottle of blue sky water. I don't want anything else, just that bottle. Li Chia cheerfully smiled. Blue sky water? The duck pondered for a moment. It has been quite a while so I don't remember very well. Maybe there was something like that. It is useless though, so why do you want it? Huh, don't try to fool me. You might be able to trick others, but it isn't so easy to trick me. Li Chia responded, others might not know what you are capable of, but I know all too well. Your words have their own truth. The world does not know the use of this water, but the water, in their eyes, isn't the same as the bottle in your possession. He paused for a bit while glancing at the duck. You know just what that bottle of blue sky water can do. However, I know even more than you. I have been to that place before, so do you actually think I don't know its effects? Huh, brat, you are indeed difficult to grasp. The duck laughed and shook its head. Brat, you should know that this bottle of blue sky water is priceless to me. This stone is priceless to you too. Which do you think is more valuable, this stone or the water? Li Chia continued to play with the stone and said, you should be happy, if anything, since I only want your blue sky water. If I wanted to be cruel, I wouldn't only ask for the bottle of blue sky water, I'd even bring up the item you obtained from the courtyard back then. How do you know about that? The duck suddenly stared at Li Chia after hearing this. Even if one couldn't see its demeanor, it was clear that it had become serious. Li Chia paid no mind to the duck's austerity. There aren't many secrets that I don't know. Plus, I've searched the courtyard for a long time so it's understandable to learn a few secrets, right? The duck only snorted to show its annoyance towards Li Chia, it didn't say anything else. Li Chia stared at the duck, same as before, deal or no deal? If you are not willing to trade, then I will throw this stone away to the farthest reaches of this land. We'll see if you can find it or not. It is useless even if you have the blue sky water. The duck shook its head, the other thing is impossible to obtain. What's the point of having the water? Li Chia said with a smile, don't forget, I am someone who has been to that other place. Moreover, you really are underestimating my abilities as the tyrant of all ages. You and I, we are different. Your eternal life relies on you turning into stone in this place, but I can travel throughout the 9 worlds. Do you still think it is difficult for me to obtain an item? The duck stared at Li Chia for a while once more. In the end, it unwillingly threw a small bottle over at Li Chia and said, take it, I've spent a lot of effort to get this bottle. I've always wanted to go to that place for a look as well, but I'm missing something else. You can leave this place right now? Li Chia insipidly smiled, but even if you could, what do you think your probability is of getting that other item? How long do you think you have to wait? 1 generation? 2, maybe 3? Or 10? How long did you wait for the other one to appear back then? The duck grunted. Li Chia smiled. That item is based on one's luck. It's very difficult to force the matter. However, I am a forceful person. It took 5 generations of waiting before I obtained it. The duck contemplated after hearing this answer. This type of patience could only be done by someone with true eternal life. Its everlasting stone form wouldn't allow for it to follow the same process. Li Chia put away the blue sky water and threw the rock the emperor left behind to the duck with a smile. Congratulations, you have waited long enough to gather 3 souls and 6 spirits. It is finally complete. The duck snorted and glanced at Li Chia. It pondered for a moment before speaking. Brat, how about we make another deal? Give me your rock from earlier and I will give you the item I received from the courtyard. How about that? The duck was referring to the stone that drank a tremendous amount of myriad star water. No. That stone is priceless and I will trade it for nothing, unless you can bring the old villainous heavens here. Li Chia smiled and shook his head. You should know that my item is also very heaven-defying. The duck tried to persuade him. If you have this item of mine, myriad realms and their inhabitants would shake with fear once they find out. Li Chia smiled. I know that your item is a real treasure, but in my eyes, my stone is even more precious than your treasure. Never mind then, you are too blind to realize its value. The duck resentfully grunted and could only give up. Okay, that was a good trade. I won't bother you anymore. Keep on living forever, I do hope that you can obtain rebirth. Li Chia smiled and rode his wooden horse away. Brat, the duck called for him again. Li Chia just spoke his bit without caring for the unresponsive duck. If you don't answer, I'm going to take it as you coming out this generation. If that's the case, you will be my rival, so should I be thinking about breaking you right now? This is not a bad idea, what do you think? The stone duck did not respond. Li Chia rubbed his chin and smiled. Very well, if someone thinks that I'm just messing around, we'll just have to see which rock is harder. Let's give this a smash. With that, he opened his fate palaces and took out his own stone egg from inside the 13th palace. This stone egg had an incredible origin. He held it in his hand and prepped it to smash the duck. Buzz. However, right before he smashed the egg down, waves of light began to float around the duck. Its stone form finally melted away and a very ordinary-looking duck emerged. Brat, you win. Just spit it out if you have something to say. The duck was speaking with a coarse and old voice as if it came from a different space. This is more like it, now we can have a nice chat. Li Qi laughed then looked at the stone egg in his hand while saying, it seems like my egg is a lot harder than yours. Chapter 9:15, Untraceable Past. Li Qi stopped and smiled after turning around. You have something else on your mind? The duck mused for a second before looking at him to say, I don't remember many things anymore, but I do worry about some things. If I am not mistaken, you said that you have been there before, correct? Yes, not just once either. What do you want to know? Li Qi gently nodded. It continued its inquiry. I wonder, how is it up there right now? I understand. Li Qi smiled. Those who have memories will undoubtedly long for something. Since you have forgotten already, I won't speak of the details. I will only say that it is prosperous. No matter the race, they are multiplying well. This is the goal of living beings. The duck went quiet after hearing this. No one could read its thoughts at the moment. Frankly, I feel that you have done a good job in this regard. Li Qi smiled. Though some people called you a bastard, a scoundrel, a worthless piece of scum, actually, I guess it's more apt to call you a piece of stone drag now. Li Qi laughed at his own joke before continuing. No matter what they might say about you, I think what you have done is pretty cool. After all, for those deities, it was harder to swallow than a fly. To tell the truth, I've never liked those bastards. He ended with a gloating smirk. The quiet duck looked back at him and asked, what will you do in the future? Don't try to guess. Li Qi shook his head. We are different. I have no responsibilities at all. Everything I do is for myself, so I have never thought about other matters. Is that so? The duck stared at Li Chia and said, even though I haven't left this place, I have heard a few immortal emperors talk about you, especially immortal Emperor Minren. He said that you have been protecting the human race. Haven't you thought about taking it to the next level? Like what? Like what you did in the past, or perhaps what immortal Emperor Fei Yang did? Ha ha ha, Li Chia shook his head. Honestly, I have no interest in those matters. Plus, do you want me to do those things? The duck pondered before answering. Perhaps immortal Emperor Min Ren wanted you to do them. Min Ren? Li Chia smiled and said, that brat is not only kind, he sometimes also acts like a woman, whether by chance or not. He likes to become involved in many different things. He must have come here before and coincidentally met you. Perhaps he confided some sad things to you. Alas, the brat also left very quickly. If I am not mistaken, you were the one who gave him some tips. I have forgotten already. The duck shook its head. My memory is becoming worse and I forget some things completely as if they were mere dreams. Forgetting is a good thing. Not being able to forget is the real pain. Li Chia smiled, but his words carried a sorrow that ordinary people wouldn't be able to sympathize with. He looked at the duck and said, if anything, you should be happy. The more you forget, the closer you will be to success. That day will come when you completely forget everything. The duck became a bit emotional and said, perhaps forgetting is not a bad thing. After forgetting, it will feel like being reborn. Li Chia smilingly stated, such an event is worthy of celebration. Rebirth, something so many people desire. If you are successful, it will be a miracle across the eons, an accomplishment that would be admired by many emperors. For millions of years now, so many have attempted it just to fail. The duck was not happy to hear his praise. It replied, Immortal Emperor Min Ren told me that you have been through so much, can you forget it all? Forget? Li Chia stared towards the distance as his eyes became lost in thought. After a while, he smiled and responded, I have nothing to forget. Pain or happiness. Whether it is a pain etched deep in one's bones or a happiness that warms the heart, all of these are experiences of mine throughout the long years. I am most reluctant to recall the moments of happiness rather than those of pain. I haven't forgotten, I just don't want to think about them. With that, Li Chia slowly rode his wooden horse away. His long shadow contained an indescribable loneliness that others couldn't understand. After he left, the duck looked up at the sky and murmured, old sentiments will eventually fade. Is it because of emotion or apathy? The duck was overwhelmed by Li Chia's words. After a very long time, it regained its composure and smiled. In this moment, it felt relief and everything became as ephemeral as the wind in the sky. It chose to forget the past. It squatted back down in its stone nest and turned into stone once more. From then on, it was a statue without emotions, without a past, and without any distractions. Li Chia was a bit lost after leaving the duck's place. He aimlessly rode the wooden horse away. The duck's words dredged up some of his memories. The eons have been so long. He had met so many people and experienced so many things. He couldn't forget some of them. Just like he had said, rather than forgetting, he chose not to remember. However, some of these memories had been engraved deep in his heart, never letting him find solace. To an indestructible being like him, pain was nothing to be afraid of. He dared to confront any physical pain and even soul torture. However, memories of happiness had turned into a different kind of agony. These happy memories were unforgettable, even though the people were no longer here, he continued to live on. This was the price of eternal life. After a while, he calmed down and smiled bitterly before murmuring to himself, how strange, since when did I become so sentimental? The past has already gone by, I can only walk forward. I will not look back, for I am Li Chia. At this second, he threw away all of his doubts and the past. Let's march towards the destination. I must reap success in this generation. At this time, the Li Chia that loomed over the world had returned. His eyes focused on a particular direction as he hastened the wooden horse forward. He was advancing towards the deepest part of the dry stone courtyard. Along the way, the force of petrification became even more powerful. Moreover, there were very few stone statues in the area. People who were capable of making it to here were either emperor assailants or immortal emperors themselves. At this depth, there were no more stones. Even emperor assailants wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being turned into stone here. Eventually, Li Qie stopped because before him was a vast darkness. It was not the type of darkness from hell, nor was it the type that would devour all things. It was a unique and unapproachable type of darkness. Petrification darkness. Because at this place, time had been frozen, and the same could be said for space. Even the universal laws of the Grand Tao had been petrified. Because of this, all had been turned into stone, rendering this place completely dark. Even the dark rays of light were petrified. However, with careful observation, one would be able to find flashing glimmers in the deepest part of this dark expanse. It seemed that there was something over there. Moreover, it was an entire group of things. People who stood here would come to realize that the petrification power of the courtyard most likely came from this place. Even deities and emperors would be frozen here. Li Qie stood before it and murmured, "What a terrifying force." The world would never believe this. Perhaps even immortal emperors would not be able to bear it after walking inside. He stared at the deepest part of this darkness. Inside was a mystery that he must try to obtain. All the immortal emperors have failed. However, I must be successful this generation. I'll never give up. Li Qie slowly uttered while glaring at the darkness. At this point, all of his confidence from the past had no clout because he had tried again and again to no avail. In fact, he was not the only one that had failed. Empress Hong Tian had been here before, the same with immortal emperor Min Ren and immortal emperor Wan Shi. All of the emperors who came here went to this place to give it a shot. Emperors were invincible in the eyes of the world. There was nothing that they couldn't do. However, the truth was that even emperors failed to succeed in this act. Chapter 9:16. Boundless Darkness. Li Qie took a deep breath and placed some heaven restoration paste in his mouth but didn't swallow it. This was a supreme ointment personally refined by Li Qie that was capable of treating all injuries. It could be claimed to be number 1 in the 9 worlds. After completing his preparations, Li Qie took a deep breath and rode his wooden horse into this dark expanse. Zzz, even though he was riding the horse, the petrification force still injured Li Qie. It was extremely potent and overwhelming. However, the wooden horse emitted a black light to stop this force. It pushed away the particular energy from Li Qie's body. Nevertheless, just 1 second later, the cracking sounds of stone splitting resounded, marking the start of the petrification once more. This horse was able to take Li Qie all over the courtyard and remain unaffected by this power. Despite that it was using all of its power at this moment, it was still unable to completely stop the petrification. It was easy to imagine just how powerful this force was in this location. Zzz, the wooden horse continued to carry Li Qie forward towards the depths of the expanse. However, each step the horse made weakened its power to repel the petrification force that was hurting Li Qie. Open! Li Qie cried out with all of his blood energy soaring to the sky. The world seal opened. His first attack was also his ultimate move, the Pentadeo timeless seal from the heavens sealing Pentagate. Li Qie used this supreme sealing power to protect his body. However, even with this power, a popping sound came out as he walked forward. Even the seal that could suppress all things couldn't block the petrification and shattered. Break! Li Qie screamed again. The world seal unleashed one invincible attack after another, the declivity mountain bells divine Mount Meru, the immortal devouring evil jars extinguish, the yin-yang immortal refining mirrors yin-yang fish citadel, the bright flame imperial cauldron's karmic flame, the divine beast Zither's 9 grand supremes. One heavenly annihilation came out after another and repelled the force of darkness. However, even against such invincible attacks, the petrification always returned like an unceasing tide. In the end, even the world seal's heavenly annihilations couldn't keep the force at bay any longer. This power was beyond anyone's imagination. Keep in mind that even an imperial lineage would be destroyed under Li Qia's unceasing barrage. However, even that was not enough here. Open. This time, Li Qia actually took out the weapons themselves. With the pentagate in hand, he unleashed a resplendent break. The gates instantly emitted the most brilliant wave of light in this world, the Pentadeo Timeless Seal. The real attack finally stopped the petrification force. Li Qia did not stop and continued to tread forward. However, he was well aware that even this attack wouldn't be able to stop this power further in. Zzz, just as he expected, the sound came again. The petrification force finally managed to counterattack against the Pentadeo as the gates gradually lost their power. Die! With a scream, the 13 palaces soared to the sky. They opened and the Ginseng ancestors group jumped out. Boom! Another resplendent break came out. The Yin-Yang immortal mirror came out. The 10 worlds started to float around gigantic citadels. Countless yin-yang fishes turned into an enormous yin-yang symbol and built a supreme grand Tao for Li Qia. This was the mirror's ultimate attack. It was capable of killing god kings as it stopped the petrifying force acting on Li Qia. At the same time, the immortal medicines were next to Li Qia. The ginseng ancestor poured out a torrential amount of ginseng juice. The immortal injury peony exerted itself to the utmost to cure the injuries resulted from the petrification process. The reincarnation heavenly soul vine lit up as if it was controlling a soul through the cycle of life and death so that it could protect Li Qia. The soldier tree opened its tendrils and leaves then used its endless power of life. However, the more Li Qia inched forward, the more resistance he met. Li Qia's weapons unleashed one attack after another, but it was still a losing battle. His 13 palaces were already in the sky while the 4 immortal physiques released their mightiest power. At this very second, Li Qia was in his strongest state, a state capable of killing gods and devils. Despite all of this, he couldn't stop the force of darkness that would always rear its head again and again. At this particular depth, the injuries inflicted by the petrification process were virtually impossible to reverse. Fortunately, Li Qia had prepared the Heaven Restoration Paste. With its effects and the power of the immortal injury peony, Li Qia was able to withstand the injuries. Shit, if this keeps going, we'll be drained dry. The ginseng ancestor had to cry. They were suffering grievous losses as well. Take this, recover for a bit. Li Qia took out a 5 immortal tendril, the oldest root from the 5 immortal ginseng. It was large and rough with a medicinal effect that was too much to bear for anyone. Even Li Qia couldn't eat a root by himself. It was the most supreme supplement. The immortal medicines were ecstatic after seeing this. They gave Li Qia one part while they divided the rest among the group. After taking in the supplement, the group became spirited once more and cried out, "Good stuff." They used all of their might to support Li Qia once more. Every single step was arduous as he rode the wooden horse forward. Nevertheless, he still made it to the center of the darkness. At this place, one would finally be able to see the true form of the glimmers from before. These were shadows that had been petrified in this place. They were majestic and peerless, forever buried in this location. They emitted boundless imperial auras. Even though they had turned into stone for millions of years, the power of petrification still couldn't conceal their imperial auras. Shadows of immortal emperors, Li Qia commented with a tinge of emotion while withstanding the onslaught. Even figures of the God King level would be astounded by this scene, to say nothing of the rest of the world. Immortal Emperor Muzhua, Immortal Emperor Yao Zhu, Immortal Emperor Ba Zhen, Immortal Emperor Tun Ri, the shadows of all of these peerless experts were trapped in this place. Li Qia glanced at Empress Hong Tian's shadow and only softly sighed. However, he had no time to be sentimental. He roared in order to combat the power. This many imperial shadows being sealed here was a terrifying sight to behold. For millions of years, many emperors had visited the drystone courtyard. All of them were tempted by the thing in the darkness. They all wished to obtain it. However, even emperors were not able to do so. The ultimate force of petrification forced the emperors to retreat with great haste. However, their shadows were frozen, forever to remain buried in this place. Even emperors couldn't carry out this terrifying task. It could easily be imagined just how frightening the power within was. Li Qie came closer, but when he made it to the area with the shadows of the emperors, he finally couldn't withstand the injuries. Nirvana heavens, in the blink of an eye, Li Qie cried out and created life with a single thought. He finally used his most powerful attack. The 13 palaces began to derive their obscured profundities. A Li Qie standing above the 9 heavens emerged. The power of the Nirvana heavens loomed above myriad realms. At this second, he was comparable to an immortal emperor, perhaps he was even more powerful. This technique was met by an even stronger backlash from the force of petrification. It resumed its offense with constant buzzing sounds as if it wanted to freeze the entire Nirvana heavens whole. Old villainous heavens, watch me. I will conquer all things. Li Qie screamed. The 9 ants appeared. Li Qie didn't have a care in the world and threw caution to the wind. 2 small vessels appeared amidst all the commotion. Rumble. Blood energy madly descended as if it wanted to destroy the entire dark expanse. Boom. 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 At the same time, the boundless light of dawn emerged and lit up the entire area as if it wanted to obliterate the darkness. The vessel of life and the vessel of Genesis, these 2 major vessels were the products of the miracle of Li Qie's 9 ants merit law. Within the endless blood energy, Li Qie seemed to be giving life to billions of living beings. The light of dawn continued to spread as if Li Qie was opening a new domain, as if he was creating a whole new 9 worlds along with the countless spheres within. Under the control of the Nirvana heavens, the vessel of life and vessel of Genesis were able to exert their power to their utmost limits. It was about to crack the darkness and suppress the strongest power in this place. However, the force of petrification was beyond comprehension. It still frantically fought back against the 2 vessels. Buzz. The death chapter emerged and its death energy engulfed this world of darkness. Its strands of universal laws quickly imprinted themselves onto the shadows of the emperors. Chapter 9:17, Time Source Vine Seed Whoosh. Li Qie opened his sea of memories. One immortal emperor appeared after another. Immortal Emperor Min Ren, Immortal Emperor Xuexi, and Empress Hong Tian emerged. Their blessings emerged from his sea of memories. Many immortal emperors had calculated the secrets within to find the particular coordinates. Because of these difficulties, no one was known to have been able to reach the source. There were naturally stories of success, but no one knew of any who actually managed to do so. Li Qie was currently standing in a location that could reach the source. There were several locations in the stone medicine world like this. However, Li Qie found success with this one in the past. Time to begin. While murmuring, Li Qie took out 2 items and went to the rotten bridge. One of the items was the blue sky water that he obtained from the duck not long ago. The other was the seed taken from the alchemy fowl's body. Many people wouldn't be able to recognize this seed. He carefully dripped a small drop of blue sky water on the seed. The seed slowly absorbed the water. With the sound of something peeling, the outer layer of the seed fell off to reveal its body. A shining golden bean appeared on Li Qie's palm. It looked like a legendary immortal bean. Even those who were unaware would know that this bean was unfathomable. A seed from the time source vine. Li Qie smiled a little and murmured, "This really is a seed from the time source vine. I didn't guess incorrectly." Many had most likely never heard of this time source vine, but it was definitely an inestimable treasure. When its seed reached maturity, it would normally use a shell for camouflage. Whoosh! Li Qie opened his sea of memories. One immortal emperor appeared after another. Immortal Emperor Min Ren, Immortal Emperor Shueshi, and Empress Hong Tian emerged. Their blessings came out from his sea of memories. Open! Li Qie screamed. The vessel of life and vessel of Genesis that carried the blood energy of countless existences and the power of creation rushed into the bodies of these immortal emperors. Rumble. At this moment, the world seemed to be facing its destruction. The petrified shadows of these emperors were coming back to life. Boom! The blessings from certain emperors inside Li Qie's memories made their shadows even more powerful compared to the others here. This was the fusion of two different power sources, causing their imperial auras to be countless times stronger. Even the high heavens above will be taken down by me. Li Qie loudly cried, for he was the king of all immortal emperors, a being higher than all else. With so many blessings, it made his two vessels erupt with power. Chapter 9:18. The legendary end point. Only after being soaked in blue sky water would the time source vine seed remove its camouflage and expose its real body. No matter who one might be, they required both the water and the vine to enter the source. Both were completely indispensable. Moreover, they were both exceedingly rare from the start of time. Obtaining them was more prohibitive than reaching the heavens. Take, for instance, the time source vine. Once the vine was ripe, the seed would immediately fly away and fall into a larger world. However, this process couldn't be reversed, not even by an immortal emperor. Moreover, these vines rarely produced seeds. There would only be 3 to 5 seeds each time. Think about it, only 3 to 5 seeds being lost in huge worlds. It would be easier to find a grain of sand in an ocean than to find one of these seeds. Because of this, Li Qie hunted down these seeds for 5 generations before he finally obtained one. Hard work paid off in the end and he was finally successful. He placed this seed on top of the rotten bridge by the cliff, then poured more blue sky water on it. In a short period of time, a miracle occurred. This seed germinated and took root in the muddy ground. In the blink of an eye, one could hear sounds of something crashing. A huge vine sprouted out of the ground with many branches growing from it. These branches twisted into many different sections like a winding snake. These branches interwove with each other to extend the existing bridge. The impossible happened, this bridge began to extend into the vast emptiness, to the other side. Li Qie didn't dare to waste time, he immediately began to walk across the vine bridge that was quite lengthy. Once he reached the other side, nothing could be found around him, there was only an endless nothingness that seemed to break all temporal boundaries. In this place, time had stopped and space had disappeared. This place gave the feeling that one was taking the first steps in an era. It seemed that this was the starting point of the world. There were no living beings here, and even time itself had yet to exist. Li Qie walked on the wooden bridge for an unknown amount of time before he finally reached his destination. He climbed down from the vine bridge afterward. The moment his feet touched the ground, the time source vine suddenly withered at a rapid pace. The entire bridge wilted in just a moment. One could faintly see 3 to 5 seeds from the time source vine within the bridge. They emitted their golden glow. Crash! Right when the time source vine died, the bridge collapsed and the vines fell into the endless space. The seeds seemed to have grown wings and flew away at a supreme speed. They penetrated the void itself and disappeared from this location. These seeds would then fly into the larger worlds. No one knew which regions they would land in. Even if someone were to find them, they wouldn't know of its true purpose. After all, very few people knew about the time source vine. Li Qie only sighed after seeing the seeds flying away. Who knew who would be able to grab these seeds in the future and realize the treasures that were in their hands? After calming down, Li Qie turned around. Before him was a pond that didn't seem to be very special at a first glance. The naked eye wouldn't be able to discern its magical properties. However, it would be a different story once someone opened their heavenly gaze. They would finally be able to see the majestic scene before them. The pond was full of Dao runes. These were the most profound and mysterious runes in the world. All the worldly laws seemingly originated from this place. No matter how brilliant one might be, they would be dazzled by these runes after looking at them for a long time. Those with weaker talents would faint on the spot or even die. The water in the pond was even more incredible. It flowed like an immortal aqua and emitted a beautiful divine light. Each drop exuded a transcendent aura and seemed to sustain 3,000 worlds. This was not pond water but rather the legendary immortal aqua. Even if someone had never seen immortal aqua before, they would think that the best aqua in this world could not be superior to this after seeing the water in this pond. Provenance's splendor. Li Chia gently sighed. He knew what it was even without opening his heavenly gaze. Provenance's splendor was something the world had never even heard of before. If an immortal emperor heard its name, they would start to salivate and would try to obtain a bottle by any means necessary. It was even more valuable than worldly prime liquid or any of the other supreme essences in this world. The disparity was of an incalculable proportion. Moreover, the even more wondrous aspect was that any existence could handle it, unlike the tyrannical myriad star water. There was a legend stating that the source of the 3 ancestral veins was the beginning of the formation of this world. In the beginning, countless essences gestated the 9 worlds and myriad realms. A few items did not melt during that time and fell into the worlds. Perhaps these items would form the materials found here, at the source of the 3 veins. There was enough essence here to create a new world and sustain its inhabitants. This legend had no basis. Nevertheless, the Provenance's splendor was definitely the most valuable essence in this world. No existence would be able to escape its temptation. Despite it being within his grasp, Li Chia did not take any actions, for he knew that it wasn't so simple. This was because the Tao runes surrounding the pond were extremely powerful. Without the acceptance of these runes, even an immortal emperor would be teleported outside in an instant. They wouldn't be able to stay here any longer. Buzz. The Tao runes covering the pond began to light up. They came together with a splash. These Tao runes piled up onto each other like slow, flowing water. They began to change from one person to another. First was a handsome, burly man. Next was a mysterious person shrouded behind a cloak. Then suddenly, it was just an ordinary-looking fella. Eventually, the runes took on a complete form. A crow appeared before Li Chia. The spreading of its wings blotted out the world, myriad realms were lost in darkness. This crow loomed over everything as it suppressed the heaven and earth. You still dare to come back to my place? The crow's speech echoed like a supreme immortal monarch's command, as if many god-kings were prostrating before him. Your derivation is wrong. This was my old crow form, my body is now a living being and not an illusion like before. Li Chia said with a smile. It turned out that all the characters earlier were the different forms Li Chia took to travel this world. Of course, those were only illusions and transformations rather than his true form. Buzz. At this time, the crow disappeared. A different person appeared before Li Chia. Anyone would gasp in shock after seeing this. This was another Li Chia. All of his gestures and his demeanor were exactly the same. A stranger would find it impossible to determine which one was real and which was fake. So you're here to trick people again? The other Li Chia glanced at Li Chia with a leisurely and nonchalant expression. Okay, don't transform into me or try to scheme against me. You are only a universal law without life or emotions, there's no need to learn how to talk. Li Chia responded with a grin, your true self is the most important thing, these trivial aspects are meaningless. Buzz. This Li Chia disappeared and a blurry shadow took its place. It carried the high heavens above and determined the fate of the universe below. All was within its grasp. There's no need to transform into the high heavens either. You are not the high heavens, and to be frank, this is not its form anyways. Li Chia chuckled at this transformation. I'll do what I want, it's none of your business. The blurred shadow replied with disdain. Li Chia couldn't help but smile wryly. He rubbed his nose and helplessly said, it seems like I am guilty. I shouldn't have corrupted you last time, making you derive the emotions of mortals. I am the law of this world. I can become anything, there's no need for you to teach me. The blurred shadow contemptuously stated with great arrogance. Wuxia had come here once before as the Dark Crow. Moreover, he stayed here for a very long time. Back then, the law of this location was not like this. Later on, it retained all kinds of habits from Wuxia's teasing. Yes, 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 you are the law of the heaven and earth, capable of transforming into all things. Wuxia smiled. The blurry shadow suddenly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, a woman appeared before Wuxia. Her beauty was such that it couldn't be described with mere words. Am I pretty? She asked Wuxia with an enchantingly scornful smile. Fuck. You dare to transform into her? You think I won't tear you into pieces? Wuxia couldn't resist cursing. Your style is so unnatural, it really makes me want to puke. Only after being soaked in blue sky water would the time source vine seed remove its camouflage and expose its real body. No matter who one might be, they required both the water and the vine to enter the source. Both were completely indispensable. Moreover, they were both exceedingly rare since the start of time. Obtaining them was more prohibitive than reaching the heavens. Take, for instance, the time source vine. Once the vine was ripe, a seed would immediately fly away and fall into a larger world. However, this process couldn't be reversed, not even by an immortal emperor. Moreover, these vines rarely produced seeds. There would only be 3 to 5 seeds each time. Think about it, only 3 to 5 seeds being lost in huge worlds. It would be easier to find a grain of sand in an ocean compared to finding one of these seeds. Because of this, Wuxia hunted down these seeds for 5 generations before he finally obtained one. Hard work paid off in the end and he was finally successful. He placed this seed on top of the rotten bridge by the cliff, then poured more blue sky water on it. Chapter 919. What are you? Fine then, I'll stop transforming, what's the big deal? The woman quickly turned back into the blurred shadow situated in the most secretive recess of the sky, a location above all else. What do I gain from obtaining it? Wuxia found this to be quite problematic. If it didn't bite no matter what, then all of his plans were done for. What do I have to do for you to let me through? Wuxia smiled. Because of our friendship, we don't have to fight till the sky collapses in this place, right? Sky collapses my ass. The shadow said with disdain, if I didn't want you here, I could teleport you away the moment you attack. Just like you said before, even immortal emperors can't do anything. Wuxia regretted telling this thing all of this information back then. Moreover, I have no emotions, so we don't have any friendship to speak of. The shadow looked at Wuxia with one eye. The shadow's attitude left Wuxia helpless. He raised his hands and said, okay, I give up. State your conditions. If possible, I will meet all of your demands. You sure? The shadow immediately stared intensely at Wuxia. Wuxia was getting the willies from this glare. Fine, go for it. Wuxia said with a smile. The shadow's attitude resembled Wuxia very closely at this moment. It leisurely said, well, my condition is very simple. You will stay here and keep me company like in the past and I'll let you through. That won't do. Wuxia shook his head, you are taking complete advantage of me. Plus, I am not the same as before. In the past, I had everlasting life, but if I get stuck here now, that means I will be completely screwed. Then forget it, I don't care. Don't even think about passing. The shadow sneered. Wuxia chuckled and said, you shouldn't say no so fast. How about this, to make things fair, we'll make a bet. If I lose, then I'll stay behind. If I win, you have to let me through. Chapter 920. Another bet. The shadow replied with disdain to the bet. It was a bet last time too, and it ended with you throwing me into the pit. To which Li Chia responded with a smile, that was last time, now is now. Plus, you won't be losing anything, right? If I lose, then I'm done for. I'm not immortal anymore, so staying here would ruin me. Stop egging me on. The shadow sneered, no matter what you say, I won't fall into your trap. Who doesn't know that you are a liar who specializes in fooling people? Your words do me injustice. Li Chia helplessly said, this time, I came with sincerity. Just imagine, this treasure is completely worthless to you, but if I lose, I will have to give up everything. Just think about it, how heavy is my bet? This is the greatest gamble in history. Stop acting like that. I already said I won't be tricked by you. The shadow immediately rejected. It was very cautious after already being fooled once. There's nothing I can do if you don't want to. Li Chia said with disappointment, I guess I have to leave. The only thing I can say is that this trip was such a waste. Really now? The shadow snorted, you spent a tremendous amount of effort to get here. Who would believe that you're giving up this easily? I know you don't believe me. Li Chia shook his head and reluctantly said, but I can't force you to trust me, so what else can I do besides leave? Do I have to assault this place? You know that I can't penetrate your defenses anyway. I'm not convinced at all. The shadow sneered, a lawless person like you would give up so easily? When was the last time you admitted defeat? Li Chia said with a smile, times are different now. I'm no longer immortal, I no longer have unlimited time. Time is too precious for me right now. I would rather do other things outside instead of spending 1,000 years in here. That would be much more exciting. Humph, whatever you say. The shadow snorted, still unconvinced. Li Chia grinned in response, okay then, it seems like there's no point in talking any further. Take care of yourself. Who knows if we will have the chance to meet again in the future. Goodbye, friend. With that, Li Chia turned around to leave this place. Meanwhile, the shadow grew quiet. How do you want to bet? The shadow finally broke the silence and asked Li Chia before he could get far. Li Chia turned around and looked at the shadow. If you want to bet, then how about we wager with our lives? I know of your power. Your curse will certainly end in death, even immortal emperors would suffer the same fate. Thus, I want to try using my true fate to withstand your curse. Li Chia paused for a moment. If I can't live after my true fate is afflicted, then I lose. If I can come back to life, then you lose. What do you think? Don't act like that. I know you are still immortal. Even if I curse you, it still wouldn't be able to kill you. The shadow snorted. Li Chia shook his head, you still don't believe me? You are the most profound universal law in this world. If you are still skeptical, then you can try and derive it. In this generation, I have reobtained my true body and escaped from the immortal demon grotto. I stand before you not as an illusion, but as a living being with flesh and blood. If I was still immortal due to the grotto, would you be able to derive it then? Fine, I'll do it. The shadow scowled and continued to change. Every single one of its transformations was very mysterious and profound. Even the most brilliant genius wouldn't be able to understand its transformations. After many changes, the profound law finally turned back into its blurred shadow form, still as powerful as ever as if it was the tyrant of all things. It seems like you are telling the truth. Your body is truly your original and the immortal power has disappeared. The shadow finally acknowledged Li Chia's claim. I have no need to trick you since we have always been honest with each other. Li Chia smiled, we have stayed together for so long, so how could I bear to trick you? The shadow coldly said, right, just like last time. Although it shouldn't have emotions, it still clearly remembered when Li Chia tricked it last time and was very annoyed with him. Li Chia shook his head, strictly speaking, I didn't fool you last time, it was just part of the plan. You and I both knew the conditions, I didn't lie at all. Under the circumstances back then, I only made a subtle change, that's all. What about this time then? What are you going to do? The shadow uttered, "I don't believe that you are not afraid of dying." To which Li Qie responded with a smile, "Of course I am afraid of dying. Nevertheless, I have been enlightened with a particular grand Tao, so I am confident in withstanding your curse. I have absolute faith in it being able to stop even an immortal emperor. Come give it a try if you don't believe me." Such a big tone. The shadow was instantly annoyed. Such words were completely underestimating its power. How could it swallow such disdain? It continued on to say, "Even if you had accepted the heaven's will, I could still torture you to death." "Come then." Li Qie provoked, "I'm not afraid of your invincible curse. I will stand strong and watch it be completely ineffective against me." With that, a series of rumbles could be heard. Li Qie's true fate emerged and floated around him. He smiled toward the shadow, "Come, let me experience the power of your curse." "Fine, I want to see just how powerful you are." Li Qie's provocation infuriated the shadow. In the blink of an eye, the Tao runes rushed forward like a flood. It turned into a very mysterious mantra with an unspeakable force. It seemed to be eternal. There was no return after being struck by its power. Zzz, the mantra quickly imprinted itself on Li Qie's true fate like a branding iron burning flesh. This sensation was extremely painful, but Li Qie still managed to withstand it. After making its mark, the mantra immediately left his true fate but didn't imprint itself at a deeper area. It turned back into the blurred shadow and angrily said, "Son of a bitch, you tricked me again. You got the legendary death scripture." It was a law of the heaven and earth of an extremely profound level. However, the death scripture was also born during the inception of this universe. Even if it was unfathomable, it couldn't derive or calculate the death scripture. It knew that it had fallen into Li Qie's trap the moment it imprinted its curse onto his true fate. "Yes, I am cultivating the death scripture." Li Qie faintly smiled. The agony from the imprint on his true fate was too much to bear. Anyone else would be rolling on the ground in pain. However, Li Qie had suffered too many painful experiences. He was able to stand and smile without a problem. "You tricked me again." The shadow repeated. Li Qie smiled in response, "I didn't trick you and I never said that I didn't cultivate the death scripture either. I only said that I could withstand your curse, am I right?" The shadow couldn't argue on that point, but it still coldly said, "Humph, so what if you cultivate the death scripture? I can still kill you." Li Qie smiled and said, "I believe that your curse can definitely kill me. However, I recall our bet was not about you killing me, but about whether I can survive or not. I never said that I would lose after dying, only if I can't come back to life. You spouted a bunch of nonsensical drivel just so that you could lead me on and distract me." The shadow finally realized that it had jumped into a hole dug by Li Qie. Li Qie gently shook his head, "As a universal law, you should always be in your most focused state to derive and calculate without being influenced by emotions." "Bastard, not again." The shadow was furious. "I know you are blaming me," Li Qie slowly said, "but it is not like I am not giving you a chance. The time has come for the thing inside, so long as I am successful. It will definitely take off and you will be free as your mission would be over. You are an extraordinary universal law, so you can go wherever you want." "Humph, all of this talking doesn't change the fact that you tricked me," the shadow coldly uttered. Chapter 921, Secret in the Pond. Li Qie didn't mind the angered shadow as he explained, "I don't blame you for blaming me. Honestly, I corrupted you back then by contaminating you with emotions. I'm guilty of that. All along, I've always wanted the item in this place. I won't deny what I did back then. If you want to blame me, then wait until the day you are free, then you can come at me at any time. At that moment, we won't be betting or scheming against each other." Li Qie gently sighed after finishing. The shadow contemplated in silence after hearing this. It seemed that it had accepted Li Qie's explanation. Li Qie sighed and slowly walked towards the pond. The shadow had no response and the Dao runes on the ground didn't shift at all. Without a doubt, it had implicitly given him permission to pass. Without its permission, even an immortal emperor would be teleported outside once they set foot into these thick arrays of Dao runes. Standing next to the lake and looking down at the pond full of Provenance's splendor, Li Qie immediately jumped in without the slightest hesitation. He continued to sink after entering. This pond was very deep. After a long while of sinking, he finally saw the bottom. There was a golden maelstrom at the base of the pond. It slowly swirled around to the rhythm of this world. It was unfathomable and seemed depthless. No one could tell where it led to. Li Qie floated above the maelstrom with thoughts rampant in his mind because there was a heaven-shattering secret regarding this matter. Moreover, this golden maelstrom was only a part of it. However, time did not allow Li Qie to contemplate at this moment. He took a deep breath and opened his sea of memories. With a series of explosions, a universal law that contained countless secrets flew out. Open. The universal law pinned itself against the edge of the maelstrom. While Li Qie's hands were busy forming profound mudras, he shouted and a mantra flew out. Boom! A mark emerged above the maelstrom, one that belonged to Li Qie. He had the chance to come here last time after defeating the blurred shadow. Because of this, he already had something amazing stored at the edge of the golden maelstrom. Naturally, this was something that only he was aware of. Go. Li Qie then hid another item in this mark. It disappeared inside and completely hid itself. At the same time, the mark also disappeared from the maelstrom so that no outsiders would ever find out what just happened. After doing so, his 13 palaces loudly blared and activated the Nirvana heavens. The vessel of life and vessel of Genesis emerged as well and poured down their endless blood energy and power. Let me help you so that you can come out in this generation. Li Qie poured his blood energy and life force into the maelstrom. At the same time, a silver glimmer came out from his mind. He obtained this silver glimmer from the deepest location of the ancestral realm back then. Rumble. Waves of golden swirls escaped from the maelstrom, causing the earth to spin. Right when these swirls erupted, a golden light flew into Li Qie's mind. The blurred shadow simply stood there and quietly watched the surging water in the pond. At this second, it was being its true self, emotionless and unstained by the mundane world. After a long time, Li Qie climbed out of the pond with a splash. He was very worn out at this moment and seemed like he would crumble to dust at any time. His complexion was completely pale, just like how his blood had been drained. Your endurance is pretty good, you haven't fallen yet. The blurred shadow emotionlessly stared at Li Qie. Li Qie sat on his butt and smiled. However, due to his fatigued state, his smile was even uglier than crying. He leisurely said, I have always endured till the very end, even in near-death situations. The shadow only glanced at him without saying anything. Before dying, how about I bring up one more request? Li Qie was heaving heavily, completely out of breath. He didn't have the strength to speak at this moment, he was only holding on before breathing his last breath. The shadow coldly said, Speak. It didn't seem to want to argue or be angry at him. I don't know what fortune the death seal will give me, but before my final breath, can you send me to the mortal emperor world? This shouldn't be difficult, for you. Before he could finish his words, he fell flat down on the ground. At this point, he could still move a bit and spoke, I'm telling you, we will still be able to meet again. At that time, it still won't be late if you want to deal with me. With that, his life finally faded. He died before finishing his sentence. The curse of the shadow was indeed very frightening. Although it didn't destroy Li Qie's true fate, just one imprint made his death unavoidable. Alas, Li Qie was very heaven-defying. He didn't die immediately and actually withstood it until everything was over. Too much blabbering. The shadow coldly uttered. A light began to move along with the Dao runes. Buzz. Li Qie instantly disappeared inside the Dao runes, teleporting him away in a flash. Although it didn't give its word, it still sent him off. It was absent-minded afterward. The shadow was a universal law without any emotions. However, Li Qie had stayed at this place for a very long time and taught it many things. Under Li Qie's influence, it gradually changed and was no longer a pure universal law. Although it knew Li Qie came with a goal and tricked it twice, it didn't hate Li Qie. Because of him, it was able to learn just how beautiful this world was. It understood many more things outside of universal laws and orders. It wasn't able to derive or transform into such things. The shadow eventually murmured, "I want to be a person, someone with emotions, just like those in his stories." Li Qie did not hear these words. This lifeless universal law wanted to see the outside world. Li Qie, remember well. Once I am free, I'll beat the crap out of you for tricking me. The shadow laughed before disappearing. After being sent outside, Li Qie quickly crossed the void and entered the pathways between worlds. He was instantly brought into the territory of the mortal emperor world. Buzz! His body lit up at this moment. A white flower emerged from his mind with 18 petals. This was the death seal, one of the 4 great techniques of the death scripture. 3 of the petals were bright, signifying that Li Qie had died 3 times. Outside of the death this time, he had died to Jian Wushuang once and another time back at the beast vein. Li Qie should have revived the moment the death seal appeared, but the seal didn't immediately resurrect him. The light on the 3 petals began to move and turned into a fate loop. The death seal had other effects outside of just revival once the number of deaths reached particular milestones. 1 fate accumulated from 3 deaths, 1 item formed from 6 deaths, 1 life changed from 9 deaths, and 18 deaths to reach the high heavens. This meant that after dying 3 times, the energy of death would turn into a fate loop, giving him a new fortune. Buzz! After Li Qie flew to the mortal emperor world, the death seal dragged him through the spatial fabric of the realms towards the barren earth. Mortal emperor world, barren earth. It was located in the southern region of this world and spanned endlessly. As one of the 5 great realms, the territory here was no less impressive than that of the Eastern 100 Cities or the Grand Middle Territory. Although it had the name Barren Earth, it was not a parched land. It was completely wrong to think of this land as a desert because it was full of water sources. Many areas in this realm were even known for their fertility. Thus, very few people could explain the reason for the name. There were a variety of stories. One stated that during an ancient era, a war of the immortal level took place here. Immortals were able to incinerate the entire realm with a swing of their sleeve, scorching this great location. Later on, under considerable efforts from supreme existences, they were able to turn this land back into a land of fish and rice. Li Qie didn't mind the angered shadow as he explained, "I don't blame you for blaming me. Honestly, I corrupted you back then by contaminating you with emotions. I'm guilty of that. All along, I've always wanted the item in this place. I won't deny what I've done back then. If you want to blame me, then wait until the day you are free, then you can come at me at any time. At that moment, we won't be betting or scheming against each other." Li Qie gently sighed after finishing. The shadow contemplated in silence after hearing this. It seemed that it had accepted Li Qie's explanation. Li Qie sighed and slowly walked towards the pond. The shadow had no response and the Dao runes on the ground didn't shift at all. Without a doubt, it had implicitly given him permission to pass. Without its permission, even an immortal emperor would be teleported outside once they set foot into these thick arrays of Dao runes. Standing next to the lake and looking down at the pond full of Provenance's splendor, Li Qie immediately jumped in without the slightest hesitation. Chapter 922, Sky Dome. There was another legend about this realm. In the ancient era before the myriad races came about, this place gave birth to something. Right at its birth, the creature opened its mouth and devoured the heaven and earth. It siphoned the blood of the billions of existences here as well as all the worldly energy in the surrounding area. A long period later, this creature finally reached the end of its lifespan. It came back to the place that gave birth to it and met its end. After it died, all the blood energy and essences were returned to this land. Many years later, this land became verdant once more, a land of plenty. This creature was called the Blood Forefather later on, the progenitor of the blood race. Some from the blood race scattered across the 9 worlds accepted this theory while clan members denied it. The origin of the clan remains a mystery. Although the legends of this creature and the southern barren earth couldn't be proven, one thing was certain: this blood forefather truly existed, and the first branch of the blood race thrived till this very day. At the most southern region of this realm was a huge desert. Sand was flying everywhere among the dunes. If one could cross this desert, then they would be able to reach a certain location. This location was called the primal ground of the blood forefather. This location was a holy Mecca in the minds of many of the blood race. The blood forefather's primal ground was where their progenitor was born. Legends went further to state that back in that ancient era, a drop of blood from an immortal fell down to this place. It turned into the creature that ended up giving birth to the entire blood race. This legend was considered the most orthodox belief of their origin and was accepted by many. Of course, there were also other legends besides this common one. 2 of them were spread quite far. One of them stated that during a dark era, the blood race's ancestors were a group of evil creatures hiding in the darkness, monsters that relied on siphoning blood to survive. It wasn't until later that a master among these evil creatures got together with a woman. Their offspring eventually came to be the new blood race. This new blood race went to war with their ancestors and replaced them completely. The other legend claimed that their progenitor was a devil. This devil later on mated with a female corpse, and so came their race. The majority of the blood race accepted the first legend. They considered themselves to be pure and righteous, and naturally, they would deny the second and third legends. At the very least, the blood race members located at the barren earth believed that these 2 legends were fabricated by the other races to discredit their clan. Thus, the mortal emperor world mainly accepted the first legend. This made the blood forefather very prestigious and influential among the blood clan members in this world. This primal ground was controlled by a group that claimed to be the first branch of the blood race, the forefathers' direct descendants. For a very long period of time, this primal ground was able to command all the blood race's members across the 9 worlds. Today, though its prestige was not as great as it was in the past, it was still very influential in the barren earth. Many blood tribes and even the imperial lineages situated here all acknowledged the prestigious position of the primal ground. Boom! Li Chia fell to the ground. The death seal lit up and seemed to be reversing time. Everything recovered, including Li Chia's true fate that was imprinted with the curse. He opened his eyes and flexed his blood energy. There was a horrible feeling as if an invisible force was locking down his Tao foundation, not allowing him to activate any laws. This is too devious. It is one thing to let me die, but it even added this. This is just torturing me on purpose. Chapter 923, Blood Forefathers for Ladies. Eventually, Li Chia looked at the huge stone cavern and smiled. This is just in time for the blood primal ground's baptism test as well. It seems like I came right at the perfect time. Li Chia looked around before stepping on the mountain of bones and departing in a certain direction. He didn't get too far before he saw a few new skeletons. The death energy had yet to corrode the muscles from these skeletons, so it was easy to tell that they had only recently died. As he went further, more fresh corpses could be found. These corpses paved a path as the powerful death energy slowly ate away their bodies. The closer he was to the exit, the more bodies he would find. This meant that the weaker cultivators would die very quickly upon entering this cavern, while those who could go further were much more powerful. After so many years, the disciples from the blood race are still coming and failing in waves. They want to obtain the blessing of their progenitor in the sky dome to pass the baptism of blood. Li Chia smiled and gently shook his head while looking at the fresh skeletons. Li Chia's location was called the Sky Dome, a place desired by countless cultivators from the blood race. It was also very dangerous. The disciples of the clan believed that if they could enter the Sky Dome, they could obtain a great fortune, their progenitor's blessing. Experiencing the baptism of blood was the same as a carp jumping through the dragon gate. There was a myth regarding the Sky Dome. It stated that after the blood forefather died, he left his skull behind, and it became the Sky Dome. It was precisely due to its origin that a horrifying death energy that could devour all living things existed here. The disciples from the clan aspired to enter in spite of the numerous deaths because of the secret hidden within, along with the many other great creations. Passing through a baptism successfully after obtaining the forefather's blessing meant that one's value would increase 100-fold overnight. Both the Sky Dome and the blood pond for the baptism were under the jurisdiction of the primal ground. Every once in a while, they would organize a baptism with the name Blood Legacy. No matter the sect, any member of the Blood clan was eligible to participate as long as they were able to enter the Sky Dome and obtain the blessing. Success was all dependent on their own abilities. Eventually, Wuxia left the Sky Dome and crawled out from the cavern's entrance. This was the only way inside the Sky Dome. At this time, it was completely surrounded by 4 different groups. They camped there quietly while gazing at the cave. The groups were led by 4 women that each had their own charm. Their only similarity was that they were all very young with great figures. They wore embroidered dresses. However, these loose dresses still couldn't hide their tall and voluptuous bodies. One could see the rolling hills and faintly discernible valleys. Moreover, they all wore masks so no one could see their faces. All 4 masks had different colors, the same with their dresses. One had a golden mask with a yellow dress, another had a red mask and a red dress. The third had a blue mask with a blue dress while the last had a white mask and a white dress. Dozens of experts were behind these 4 ladies. They all wore the same colors as their leaders as well. It was clear that they were from the same branch. The 4 groups came from the Blood Primal Ground. Although the Primal Ground claimed that they inherited the legacy of the forefather, they themselves were divided into 4 branches. The 4 leaders were the Primal Ground Skymatrons. They had extraordinary bloodlines and represented the 4 branches. They usually never showed themselves to the world and were not at all famed in the mortal emperor world. However, they had an exceedingly important position in the hearts of the blood race's disciples. Their existences were crucial to the race itself. At this time, they commanded the experts of their groups to guard the entrance to the Sky Dome. However, after several days, the Sky Dome had no reaction. For the baptism this time, many disciples entered but no one came out alive after all this time. Thus, when Wuxia crawled out from inside, all eyes were immediately fixated on him. The 4 women and the experts were looking at him intensely. After several days, Wuxia was the only person who came out alive. More importantly, he was not from the blood race, he was only a human. How could they not be taken aback by this? A human. The experts all glanced at each other in confusion. A lot of their clan members entered the Sky Dome, but no one noticed the entry of a human back then. Where are the others? One of the Skymatrons finally spoke with a voice as clear as an oriole. This matron had the yellow embellishment. The 4 matrons represented the 4 seasons. Yellow was spring, red was summer, blue was autumn, and white represented winter. Wuxia looked at the matron and smiled. The legendary primal Skymatrons, interesting. What is going on this generation for even the matrons to run here and show their faces, I wonder? The spring matron that spoke earlier shouted, how presumptuous. Bam! A dragon-like rod immediately aimed for him and coiled around his body in an instant. Girl, take it easy. I am the only person who made it out alive from the Sky Dome, so I have become your forefather. If you do this, I'll make you clean the toilet. Wuxia was still as carefree as always. The other 3 matrons were intrigued after hearing this. The autumn matron attacked as well. She raised her pretty hand, sending her sleeve towards Wuxia while speaking, Lil Sister Spring, you can't have him all to yourself. The spring matron's whip suddenly shifted and lunged forth like a dragon towards the sleeve. If he is the only survivor, then he belongs to me. The Winter matron also rushed forward to grab Wuxia. Big Sister Winter, there's no need to be so hasty. The changes in the sky dome this time are strange. There must be something going on if he is the only survivor, so how can you monopolize him? The Summer matron also smiled and attacked the Winter matron. All of a sudden, the four matrons were fighting each other because of Wuxia. Although none of them were truly angry, their techniques did not show any leniency. Wuxia gently shook his head after seeing the four women going at it without any consideration for anything else. He gently walked forward and stood together with the experts from the four branches. He placed his right hand on the shoulder of one of them and cheerfully asked, "Are your matrons the ones in the legends, or are they part of a newer generation?" The experts at this moment all looked at him in confusion. This brat was being a bit too bold, right? It was one thing to run into their primal ground, but now, he was completely undaunted. They didn't know whether the fellow was stupid or insane. They would never dare to discuss the four maidens openly, so naturally this expert didn't answer his question. "Ace, it is said that your matrons all have extraordinary bloodlines. If they are part of a newer generation of matrons, then their actions are just too childish. They're like children fighting for a piece of candy." Wuxia shook his head and smiled. "However, if they are the generation in the legends, then that would be scary. Do you know what mortals say is the scariest thing in this world?" This expert didn't dare to say anything. The four matrons were right in front of him, so how could he make a comment? Wuxia continued to smile after seeing the non-responsive expert. "One mortal told me that the scariest thing in this world is not the heavens, not sickness or death, but an old woman. An old woman is already so scary, so a group of old women is even worse." Such a comment left the expert speechless. Black lines could be seen on their foreheads as they looked at Wuxia as if he was a madman. Not to mention disciples like them, even their ancestors wouldn't dare to make comments about the four primal skymatrons. But now, this brat had done it. He was just a junior from the human race. The guy was either insane or dumb as a rock. Sure enough, after Wuxia said his piece, the four matrons that were fighting each other immediately stopped and all glared at him. If a stare could kill, then Wuxia would have died countless times already. Chapter 924, Origin of the Blood Race. When the matron's sharp glares came over, the expert standing next to Wuxia cried in agony on the inside. He lamented his bad luck and why he had to be standing next to such an unlucky star. Bam! Right at this second, the four matrons attacked Wuxia with their whips and sleeves. They surrounded him in a flash. Whoosh! They instantly hauled him to the sky and left him hanging there while standing in four different directions. It seemed that they were ready to inflict the dismemberment by four horses punishment. The four matrons then stared at each other. None of them wanted to stop. If this kept on going, then Wuxia would be divided into four pieces by them. "Hey, you four, how old are you? If you are just little girls, then the old geezers back at the primal ground are too untrustworthy. They actually sent a bunch of emotional brats here to deal with this matter. But if you are the old grandmas from back then, it would be a bit too scary. So old yet still so competitive. Let me tell you something, just calm down. My time is very precious. We should perform the baptism and the ceremonial procedures, then all of us can be happy." Wuxia calmly spoke while hanging in the air. The crowd turned silent again. This brat was simply a lunatic. He actually dared to say such things. The four maidens' eyes became fierce. They seemed to be readying themselves to tear him into pieces. They also increased their pulling strength. The whips and sleeves that were wrapped around Wuxia's body were creaking as well. Ugh! Wuxia was in pain from their pulling. He stared at them and said, "Damned grandmas, the four of you actually want to dismember me? Wait until I become the blood forefather, then I'll exile you all to do hard labor, or you can be my palanquin bearers instead." The experts from the four branches were astounded after hearing this. Where did this crazy guy come from? He's so insensible and reckless. Anyone else would have been scared to death already. Such audacity. The four matrons were enraged, especially the spring matron who had a hot temper. Her hair was swaying in the air. She was definitely ready to teach Li Qie a lesson. Okay, little girls, don't get angry. Li Qie interrupted the spring matron and said, do you actually want to kill me? I am the only survivor from the Sky Dome, and I also obtained a fortune from within. To be more blunt, I will be your future blood forefather. Hurry and take me to the blood pool instead of torturing me here. Such a big tone. Such words made the winter matron, who had the coldest personality here, utter, you aren't the only one that has received the blessing across all the generations. Of course I know that. Li Qie leisurely said, however, across all the generations, I am the only one who can become your blood forefather. The summer patron, who was more lively among the four, curiously asked, so? What kind of blessing did you receive? You wouldn't know even if I told you. I don't care if you are the old matrons or ones from a newer generation, you wouldn't be able to understand the blessing required for someone to become the blood forefather. Even the old men from your primal ground wouldn't know, Li Qie explained nonchalantly. However, all of you should mentally prepare for when I become your blood forefather. I am a vengeful person, and you all have offended me. After becoming your forefather, I will definitely assign all of you to servitude. Li Qie smiled at this point. I personally hope that you are the generation of the legends. Yes, making the four of you carry my palanquin is not a bad idea at all. Stop spouting nonsense. The autumn matron, who was the quiet and graceful one, slowly spoke. Even if you have received the blessing, a human like you wouldn't be able to become the blood forefather. Her words were reasonable. For millions of years now, countless blood disciples had entered the Sky Dome. However, none of them had received the legendary blessing, not to mention a human like Li Qie. Even if he obtained something, it wouldn't be the legendary blessing. For the blood race and especially those in the primal ground, they didn't think that their progenitor would pick an outsider to become their new forefather. Whether I can or not will easily be determined after the baptism in the blood pool. Li Qie calmly spoke, for your race and the primal ground, the second coming of the blood forefather is a grand event. The forefather will be able to command the blood race. As your forefather, I am worried for all of you due to your amateurish conduct here. You four actually hurt your precious forefather like this and have become the sinners of the clan. Even if I pardoned your crime, it would still leave a bad mark on your bloodline. Such a remark left the four matrons furious to the point where they almost vomited blood. The winter matron coldly said, it seems like you know a lot. Li Qie smiled, well, this is due to your lack of knowledge. As a cultivator, you shouldn't just be training all day. One should read more, understand? In your clan, the matter of the blood forefather isn't a secret or anything. Time flows by so people would naturally write things down. The more you read, the more you know. Do you not understand such simple logic? The matrons were quivering with anger right now. They had extremely high statuses in the blood clan, but Li Qie dared to talk like this in front of them. Where did this crazy guy come from? Li Qie relaxingly said, well, it doesn't matter whether you are part of the old or new generation. It seems like something strange is going on when the four of you have been relegated to this task. We shouldn't waste time, let us go to the blood pool. Humph, you aren't in charge here. The spring matron snorted. Li Qie continued with his carefree demeanor, only want what's best for you four. Just think about it, if you are the generation in the legends, then you have been living for too long. How hard must it be? Sealed inside blood era stones for ages, each time you come out, your lifespan would deplete, every emergence would result in aging. Which girl isn't afraid of aging? Your beauty would wither, turning you all into old grandmas. That wouldn't be good. I am someone who is very considerate of the fairer sex, so I would have a guilty conscience if I just stand here and watch the four of you turn into old grandmas. If you blabber less, we would waste less time. The winter matron retorted. Ha ha ha, I know now. Li Qie leisurely said, I don't need to remove your masks to prove your identities. So the four of you really are the matrons from the legends. A's, how wonderful, how unfathomable. After so many years, you all are becoming younger and younger. It seems that your bloodline is indeed incredible. The four of you actually managed to break through the chains of your blood. A's, women who become younger as they age, even I wasn't able to recognize it. Li Chia was very proud of his discovery. The four matrons were extremely annoyed with him. The graceful autumn matron stared at him and said, "It seems like you have some ability with scheming. Spouting nonsense for half a day just to find out our origins." "Thank you." Li Chia leisurely said, "I'm only curious about the current level of your bloodline, that's all. Even though you are a bunch of old women that have lived for countless years, your personalities are still like unruly little girls. A's, what a lamentable thing. Take him away." In the end, the four of them completely lost their patience with him. They knew that Li Chia was neither crazy nor a fool. He tried to figure out their true identities several times, showing that he was more than what he seemed. The experts from the four branches came and carried him away. No matter how he was being carried, he was still as calm as ever. He lied there and teasingly glanced at the four matrons. "Little girls, it is not too late to apologize. Be my palanquin bearers and this forefather shall forgive you, or else I'll really exile the four of you to manual labor." The four matrons ignored him. If it wasn't for him being blessed, they would have made sure to dismember him. "A's, it seems like all of you don't believe that I can become the blood forefather." Li Chia leisurely stated, "I'll let you know something. Once I become the forefather, I'll use that thing in the blood pool to spank your butts." When the matron's sharp glares came over, the expert standing next to Li Chia was crying in agony on the inside. He lamented his bad luck and why he had to be standing next to such an unlucky star. Bam! Right at this second, the four matrons attacked Li Chia with their whips and sleeves. They surrounded him in a flash. Whoosh! They instantly hauled him to the sky and left him hanging there while standing in four different directions. It seemed that they were ready to inflict the dismemberment by four horses' punishment. The four matrons then stared at each other. None of them wanted to stop. If this kept on going, then Li Chia would be divided into four pieces by them. "Hey, you four, how old are you? If you are just little girls, then the old geezers back at the primal ground are too untrustworthy. They actually sent a bunch of emotional brats here to deal with this matter." Chapter 925, Blood Race's Secret. The rude teasing enraged the four matrons once more. They glared at Li Chia, wanting to tear him into pieces. Alas, they had to endure this anger. The winter matron said, "You alone actually want to take it? No one has ever been able to. Stop daydreaming." Li Chia slowly said, I'm now relieved. So that sword is still there, very good, I'll definitely take it." The four matrons immediately turned silent as if there was an egg in their mouths. They didn't know whether to be angry or go crazy. Li Chia was simply toying around with them. They scowled and chose to ignore him. The other experts didn't say anything either. This seemingly insane fellow was trying to find out more information by provoking them. "A's, when I was studying back then, I heard this one legend. It says that your blood primal ground isn't the direct branch of your progenitor. It states that it usurped the original blood race." Li Chia was being carried by his limbs by four experts. However, he didn't seem to care at all while leisurely talking to the four matrons. This vexing attitude towards the matrons made others think that he wanted a beating. The matrons learned their lesson and chose to turn the other way. They knew exactly what he was up to. Although no one paid attention to him, he still kept on going. "I saw in an ancient scroll that you guys made up the legend about the immortal blood turning into a spirit, your blood forefather. Another one claims that your real progenitor was a devil that mated with an old female corpse that gave birth to your race." The autumn matron immediately shouted, "Nonsense. Watch your tongue." Li Chia didn't care for such a threat and lazily went on, "I'm not the one who said it. There is evidence for this. You four are the matrons in the legend, so you should also know about these old matters. Outside of the mortal emperor world, some blood members believe these theories. Even if you cut off my tongue, you still won't be able to stop the rest of the world from talking about it. It isn't a big secret at all. Back when the different groups competed for the main lineage and caused a big commotion, the entire 9 worlds found out about it. Humph, the autumn matron scowled. Although she was reluctant to admit it, it did cause a huge uproar back then. Immortal blood turning into a spirit. Wuxia pondered for a moment before speaking. How should we go about this theory? You know, if your primal ground really wants to prove your bloodline, it isn't that hard. First, immortals must exist in this world. If there are no immortals, then everything is wrong and your theory has no basis, right? There are immortals. The spring matron looked at Wuxia and sneered, just how vast is this world? How could a junior like you imagine its immensity? Your vision is limited to the 9 worlds. So there are other locations outside of the 9 worlds. Wuxia said, I have read millions of volumes, so how come I didn't know about these places? Chapter 926. Blood Pond. The matrons were shocked after hearing this because very few were aware of this secret, yet Wuxia was about to spill it so easily. They couldn't help but take a more careful look at him. They no longer dared to look down on him. This brat knew too many things and would flaunt his knowledge in such an astonishing fashion. Really now, maybe you and your primal ground will ask for my help. After I become the blood forefather, I will gladly lend you a hand. Wuxia was as relaxed as always. Of course, although I am a nice person, I still wouldn't offer my assistance for free, even if we are family. I have to charge something because if I provide my service for free, others would start asking and my legs would break from all the running. At this time, the 4 matrons were no longer willing to test Wuxia because some secrets couldn't be discussed carelessly. They, along with the experts, carried Wuxia to the blood pond. Recently, this period of time was very different for the primal ground, so it had no outsiders. The entire location was closed off and all worship was suspended. The blood pond was a very important location to the primal ground. Legend states that the sky dome was the skull of the progenitor while the blood pond was his ocean of blood. Inside were many secrets of the blood race. For millions of years, the primal ground and the entire race had wanted to obtain something from this pool of blood. However, across the generations, although many disciples were baptized and they obtained quite a few things, they still couldn't obtain the legendary item. The baptism was very popular and many disciples willingly participated, especially those with humble backgrounds. The cultivators from weaker backgrounds would become great after receiving the blessing as well as the baptism. They could then choose to stay at the primal ground or join the imperial lineages of the blood race. These imperial lineages would be happy to accept such disciples due to their unlimited potential. Thus, this was a great opportunity for lowly cultivators. It was akin to a carp jumping over the dragon gate. Of course, a few geniuses had experienced the baptism as well because they wanted to prove themselves. After the ceremony, not only did they get amazing treasures and heaven-shattering creations, they also managed to prove that they were the heaven's proud children, those that were accepted by the progenitor. The dual ceremonies had a great significance for the tribe. It showed that the person's bloodline was extremely noble. The blood pond was located in a dark region. It was a heavily guarded old palace. Outsiders simply couldn't enter. A human? After Wuxia was carried into the palace, a hoarse voice came about from within the darkness as if they were very surprised by this development. Each baptism was presided over by some ancestors from the primal ground from the dark because they wanted to see how talented the disciples were, as well as what creations they would obtain. If the disciples were amazing, then the primal ground would hold them back for training. Until now, only the blood race was able to exit the sky dome, so others could only dream about participating in a blood baptism. For the primal ground as well as the entire race, the baptism was too important, so it should naturally only belong to their blood disciples. But now, a human came out of nowhere. How could the ancestors running the baptism not be taken aback? A human, is this possible? Another old voice appeared. He was suspicious of this matter as well. This was not to say that there were no humans in the primal ground or the other sects of the blood race. In fact, many sects, including even imperial lineages, had human disciples. Some human disciples held power as well. But this was different when it came to the two ceremonies. This was an internal affair of the blood race. The appearance of a human was too sudden. He is the only survivor from the Sky Dome this time. He said he received the blessing from the progenitor. The summer matron spoke. Words are not sufficient in this case. An ancestor pondered in the darkness before speaking. Li Chia looked into the darkness and smiled. It seems like this time is special. So many old geezers have come out from your primal ground. Junior, do not be disrespectful. A different voice emerged from the darkness. Li Chia laughed. I am not being disrespectful. I am only curious as to what is different this time around. The four matrons themselves are taking the lead and so many geezers are overseeing the blood baptism. It seems that your pool has changed. With that, he walked towards the blood pond. The blood pond was located in the center of the palace. It was not large and resembled a typical-looking pond. In this dark palace, it emitted waves of light. There was liquid flowing inside. However, on a closer examination, it was not a liquid but more like moving flames that resembled blood. It was spewing out something that had the features of both blood and fire, giving off an indescribable sensation as if it was from the deepest parts of the earth. If the earth had blood, then the thing flowing from the pool would be the blood of this earth. What was even more extraordinary was that this fiery blood was reversing space and time. In the middle of it all was something that resembled a mirror. To be more exact, it was a portal that led to a different world, or at least that was the illusion it gave. So this is the case. No wonder all of you are placing so much emphasis on the baptism this time. Li Chia looked at the pool of blood and murmured, fiery blood resembling a mirror, this is a special sign. According to the legends, this has only happened once before. The ancestors in the darkness were silent. This brat was too much to handle. Even the most incomparable geniuses and their ancestors would be extremely deferential in the presence of this blood pool. However, this brat didn't seem to care at all. Junior, don't say crazy things, an ancestor raised his voice in the dark. This was a stern warning. Li Chia gently waved his sleeve dismissively. Okay, don't try to trick me, I am someone who has read a lot. Even the four matrons cannot fool me, let alone other people. I remember that this was written down in the ancient records, a scene of fiery blood forming a mirror in the blood pond. With that, his eyes shifted towards the four matrons as he slowly spoke. It went on to say that the changes in the blood pond that time had something to do with the legendary four matrons. What else was recorded in your book? The winter matron's eyes were fierce at this moment. She stared at Li Chia with animosity. In fact, she wasn't the only one. The other three matrons were also glaring at him. Without a doubt, the four matrons were very sensitive about what happened in the past. No, that's all. It doesn't mention what happened exactly. It seems like the wise sage who wrote the scroll didn't know either. Li Chia shook his head. The four matrons glared at him, aiming to find some clues from his demeanor. However, they couldn't notice anything and could only scowl. An ancestor in the darkness inquired with a serious tone, "Who is this kid?" No one, not even the four matrons, could answer this question because no one knew how Li Chia got into the Sky Dome. Li Chia shook his head and said, "Who I am is not important, wouldn't you say? The important part is my baptism right now. Kid, you know this is the blood pond, but you are a human." A different ancestor reminded him. The person was not malicious, he only wanted to remind Li Chia. Li Chia smiled in response. If I am not mistaken, there are no rules forbidding humans from participating in the blood pond in your primal ground. The ancestors in the darkness pondered for a bit. An ancestor eventually responded, although there are no rules about it, the baptism's guidelines are up to our primal ground to decide. I know. Li Chia added, however, Have you thought about this possibility? Why is it that after millions of years of baptisms, after millions of years of receiving blessings, your primal ground has yet to produce a blood forefather? How is it that your progenitor still hasn't passed his lineage down to a blood disciple? Or maybe this is the reason why your primal ground does not want to have other races involved. An ancestor thunderously shouted, "Preposterous." Li Qie only smiled in response. How could you know without trying at all? Only a baptism will show whether I am speaking the truth or not. So, you think you can become the blood forefather? Another ancestor coldly uttered. A human coming out of nowhere completely disrupted the expectations of the ancestors. They thought that an extraordinary blood disciple would come out of the sky dome and would receive the supreme blessing. Chapter 927, Legends of the Blood Forefather. However, the inexplicable appearance of a human boy that was so arrogant and lawless left the ancestors slack-jawed. A human receiving the blessing was completely outside of their expectations. Li Qie only smiled towards this ancestor. If I become the blood forefather, are you all ready to have a human take this role? Such sharp words left the ancestors thinking. This was indeed a problem. They were not prepared for a human to become their blood forefather. How could they face the blood race after this? This issue left these experienced ancestors silent. That is impossible. An ancestor stressed, how could the bloodline of our progenitor be passed down to a human? This will never happen. Li Qie smirked, is that so? Don't you think you are a bit too certain? You're all just a bunch of geezers that have lived for too long. Ask yourselves, where did the blood race come from? An ancestor immediately quipped, what a load of rubbish. The world knows where we came from. Okay, then we'll talk about it a bit. According to you, your progenitor was originally a drop of immortal blood that eventually gave birth to the entire blood race. Here lies the issue, who actually gave birth to all of you? This question left the ancestors in the darkness dazed. Everyone had heard of this legend, but who actually gave birth to them? This question had never really been touched before. Li Qie smiled. From the various versions of your origin mythos, it can be assumed that your progenitor was male, so there has to be a woman that gave birth to your blood race, right? Your progenitor couldn't be the only one. In fact, whether if it was the 9 worlds or those within their clan, there were no exact writings about this issue. No one really discussed this matter either. Li Qie went on, if we take a step back and assume that your progenitor was a woman, then who would the father be? Not to mention the ancestors present, perhaps no one of the entire blood race could answer Li Qie's question. He leisurely went on before the silent crowd, no matter the sex, your progenitor needs the other half to give birth to your race, but your race has never thought about how half of your bloodline might be different than your progenitor's. You speak as if you know. The autumn matron stared at Li Qie. Li Qie smiled, you are asking the right person. I have indeed read an ancient record with a particular tale. It says that your blood matriarch was a human. In other words, a human female gave birth to your race. How absurd. How could a human exist within our race? An ancestor shouted, immediately denying this theory. Li Qie disagreed, after so much talking, your primal ground still doesn't want to admit this truth. You all claim to have the purest bloodline from your progenitor but deny your matriarch's bloodline. This is the most ridiculous and funny thing I have ever heard. How can we believe a false claim? An ancestor gently shook his head. It doesn't matter. Ultimately, you all are still avoiding the issue and won't recognize the truth that your bloodline is not pure. Li Qie dismissively said, with regards to the 3 most widespread versions of your origin, you claim that your version is the most orthodox. Then let us talk about the other 2 versions for a bit. Li Qie didn't look at the ancestors in the darkness and instead turned his head towards the 4 matrons. There is something similar about the other 2 versions, the other half of your progenitor, or your matriarch. One of them states that the king of your ancestors married a woman and eventually replaced the original race. The other one says that your progenitor mated with a female corpse to give birth to your race. Only your version avoids talking about your matriarch, Don't you think this is quite interesting? The winter matron coldly uttered, so what? Li Chia smiled. This makes me think that your older ancestors are privy to the origin of your matriarch, so they purposely avoided it. Although descendants like you might be unaware, your ancestors probably know this secret. Despite the writings in the ancient record about the change in your blood pond back then, a human descendant like me has no way of knowing. However, one thing is certain, you all have found something that relates to the secret of your bloodline, or at least formulated some guesses. Otherwise, the four of you wouldn't have been able to break the chains of your bloodline. With that, things get interesting. You all don't actually dare to deny the existence of the other half of your bloodline, a bloodline that may even be human. Because of this, the anomaly in the blood pond forced the four of you to come out and take control. And I, a human, fits your speculations perfectly, it is just that you don't want to admit it. Young man, you have quite a rich imagination. An ancestor interrupted him and coldly said, this is only your one-sided speculation. You're merely indulging your rampant imagination. Fine, we won't talk about this anymore. Li Chia did not deny the accusation. Then we'll get to the point. Everyone is here right now, so is it time for my baptism to begin? The ancestors once again turned quiet. Letting a human participate in the baptism was completely unprecedented. This was not in accordance with the rules of their primal ground and their race as a whole. I am a straightforward person, especially with threats. If you let me participate, then everyone will be happy. If not, however, then my apologies, I will do so anyway. Li Chia smiled and said, will all of you accept a human as your blood forefather? Of course, I am well prepared to break all formalities. I hope all of you are prepared to accept your new forefather as well. Li Chia was not longer joking around this time. He carried an aggressive momentum that gave no room for negotiation. Such a big tone. An ancestor's eyes turned fierce like a lamp in the night. These are not empty words. Li Chia interrupted him and coldly uttered, I am only stating facts to all of you so that you can mentally prepare yourselves. When I become the blood forefather, all of this would be deemed as a disrespect. To be frank, I do not need your primal ground, it is the other way around. His eyes swept through the rest of the ancestors in the darkness. Without a blood forefather, do you think your primal ground is worthy of its title? All I need to do is to run outside and I'm sure many lineages in the blood race would be willing to worship me as their forefather. Once that happens, do you think your primal ground can maintain its untouchable position in the blood race? If you want to command the blood race, you will definitely need me as your blood forefather. Li Chia appeared quite forceful at this time. You think you can become the blood forefather? An ancestor stood up in the darkness. A terrifying aura engulfed the sky like the awakening of a god monarch. Is it time to play hard? Li Chia's eyes narrowed as he slowly spoke, I don't care either way. Although I am weak, destroying all of you won't be hard as your forefather. No. At this point, the autumn matron gently shook her head, ancestors, let him have his baptism. An ancestor asked, is that appropriate? After all, a human undergoing the baptism was an unprecedented matter. Let him be. Even the winter matron added with a serious tone, he is not guaranteed to become the forefather. This is a type of fate since he has been blessed. I agree. We won't lose anything by letting him undergo the baptism. The spring matron nodded in agreement. A human blessed by the progenitor, let us see just what kind of blessing it is. The summer matron stared at Li Chia with curiosity in her pretty eyes. The ancestors also privately exchanged their opinions. Eventually, an ancestor spoke, fine, Junior, you can be baptized. Since you are blessed, it is your own fortune. As for what that fortune is, that will depend on your own fate. The four matrons had agreed, so the ancestors didn't have a reason to oppose them. Moreover, they also wanted to see what kind of gift an outsider like Li Chia would get. At this point, the four matrons were staring intensely at Li Chia because they knew more than the ancestors. It was just like he had said, they had a few speculations in their minds. However, This inexplicable appearance of a human boy that was so arrogant and lawless left the ancestors slack-jawed. A human receiving the blessing was completely outside of their expectations. Li Qie only smiled towards this ancestor. If I become the blood forefather, are you all ready to have a human take this role? Such sharp words left the ancestors thinking. This was indeed a problem. They were not prepared for a human to become their blood forefather. How could they face the blood race after this? This issue left these experienced ancestors silent. That is impossible. An ancestor stressed, how could the bloodline of our progenitor be passed down to a human? This will never happen. Li Qie smirked, is that so? Chapter 928, Dao Sword. The spring matron eventually spoke, begin. If you can't become the blood forefather, we'll teach you a nice lesson. Prior to this, Li Qie repeatedly teased the four of them and even tricked them. They had been wanting to teach him a lesson for a while now. Little girl, don't worry, you guys won't have the opportunity. Li Qie smiled, just be ready, I am a petty person. The four of you have offended me, so prepare to become my palanquin bearers. The four matrons were not happy with this response. However, they ultimately endured it and only scowled. Li Qie looked at the blood pond and smiled, the dream of so many across millions of years. My turn. With that, he stepped inside the pond. Boom! Him entering the pool made the entire blood pond erupt like a volcano. A boundless amount of fiery blood rose and swallowed him whole. What's going on? Both the matrons and the ancestors in the darkness were shocked by this development. Open! Li Qie roared in response. He opened his mind and a universal law flew out. This was the law he obtained from the sky dome. It split itself at an unbelievable speed. Different Dao runes came out, thinner than strands of hair. These silk-like Dao runes quickly pierced all the fiery blood that erupted from the pond and integrated into it. If the rivulets of fiery blood were strings of yarn, then the Dao runes were needles. The Dao needles seemed to be under the control of a masterful pair of hands. They quickly came together to form a pattern. The entire process was too fast and ended in the blink of an eye. Buzz! After the Dao runes finished weaving the fiery blood together, they started to withdraw. Their withdrawal resulted in all of the blood forming a huge sequence of runes. This scene made it look like the Dao runes were weaving a huge net that they then started to extract the fire from. After doing so, the boundless blood fire frantically soared towards Li Qie's body as if it wanted to tear him apart. Absorb! Li Qie cried out and opened his fate palace. His cauldron of life jumped out. With a huge explosion, it swallowed the fiery blood. It seemed to be bottomless and aimed to devour the entire blood pond. How is this possible? All the spectators gasped at this scene as they stared on in disbelief. For tens of millions of years, many disciples had undergone the baptism process from one generation to the next. However, their baptisms all consisted of slowly refining the blood. It was a very gentle process, like a type of training. An attempt as violent as Li Qie's had never happened before. Moreover, they didn't know that a rune sequence like that was hidden in the blood. Rumble. The pond and even the palace started to shake with Li Qie's devouring. It seemed that the sequence hidden in the fiery blood was gigantic, like a net being thrown into a vast ocean. The Dao runes crazily dragged out the sequences as if they would never give up until they got the very last one. Meanwhile, his cauldron of life continued to absorb the fire. In just a short period of time, the pond was drained dry by Li Qie. However, it didn't end there because of the monumental size of the sequence. Li Qie had pulled out a lot, but the other half of this sequence was still hidden within the blood pond. At this time, despite the valiant efforts of the frenzied Dao runes, they couldn't take out the other half. Li Qie shouted, "Open for me." One palace soared up after another. With a series of explosions, all 13 jumped out and lined up. At this time, everything became hazy. Li Qie had disappeared along with the blood pond. What? This is impossible. All the ancestors were frightened. Even the matrons were aghast and took several thumping steps backward. For the cultivators of this world, having 12 palaces was already virtually unique across the eons. 13 palaces was simply unimaginable. All the ancestors knew that those that could obtain the chapter would be recognized by their progenitor and obtain the real legacy to succeed the blood forefather. Today, Li Chia didn't only obtain this chapter, he also obtained the legendary item. Their primal ground had always coveted this sword, but they had never been successful. Clank. The Dao sword turned back into universal laws and disappeared into Li Chia's body. Li Chia slowly set his gaze upon the 4 matrons and then the darkness. He leisurely asked, "Now, do you think I am qualified to be your blood forefather?" Suddenly, the entire palace went quiet. Even the 4 matrons had nothing to say. If, say, Li Chia wasn't qualified, then no one else in this world would be. He had obtained everything from the blood race, including its origin chapter and legendary treasure. But you are human. After a long silence, an ancestor finally spoke. The primal ground was caught in a dilemma. Letting a human become their blood forefather was unsuitable no matter how they looked at it. Chapter 929, Void Trap Desert. Li Chia smiled in response to the hidden ancestor. "Yes, I am a human, nothing can change this fact, and there is no need to change it. Right now, you will either worship me as your blood forefather or get out of my way and we won't owe each other anything. Don't think I don't know just because all of you are lurking in the shadows. Please be more courteous with your words." An ancestor unhappily replied. "Courteous?" Li Chia couldn't help but smile. "It should be all of you acting courteously towards me. If I'm in a good mood, then I'll think about being your blood forefather. If not, then I'll decapitate all of you like chopping watermelons. Even if I'm weak right now, I can still cut down all of you with the Dao sword in my hand. Want to try me?" The ancestors looked at each other to plan their next step since Li Chia was so overbearing. The 4 matrons, at this time, had reached an agreement. The autumn matron revealed their decision: let him go. An ancestor eventually responded from the darkness: "If Sir is willing to stay behind, then our primal ground welcomes you. Sir can stay as long as you wish, but as for the matters of the blood forefather's role, we must discuss it. We hope for a perfect solution." This was exacerbated even more by the intolerable thirst that drove people insane. A cultivator wouldn't have a hard time traveling through this desert, but Li Chia had let go of his advantages and chose to walk on the path of a mortal through this vast desert. This carried an inconceivable level of difficulty. One day passed after another. The sweltering heat burnt him black. He was now extremely dehydrated, causing his lips to crack. He was walking barefoot, thus his soles were full of blisters. Bearing such a long ordeal would force cultivators to give up and start to fly out early. However, Li Chia walked undaunted. He walked through the desert as if he was taking a stroll. It had no effect on him or his Dao heart. Although his current appearance was quite disconcerting and made him resemble a beggar, his demeanor was still relaxed. He could manage a smile despite his cracked lips as he trod through this place that, in his mind, was the same as a garden. This method was very effective. As he continued to train and suffer, the seal on his Dao foundation showed signs of weakening. Of course, it would require a relatively long period of suffering before he could break it completely. This was Zhang Xian's goal after all, to see Li Chia in pain after his revival. It was Li Chia's own fault for tricking it. The night in the desert was especially bright. There were stars everywhere in this vast and tranquil desert. This scene was of a moment of serenity. Li Chia was hiding in a sand pit. His body was emitting one bright corona after another. As they changed, an absolute domain was formed. No one would understand this strange phenomenon unraveling. This was an earth-shattering secret. Very few would understand the existence of the domains from the immortal physiques. One could easily count the past users of this technique with their fingers. Immortal physiques domain, another secret from the physique scripture. Once 2 immortal physiques reached half completion, their domains would appear. Of course, there was no such thing as half completion for Li Qie because he cultivated the most perfect physique laws in this world, allowing him to always exert their greatest potential even before reaching this colloquial step. In other words, for those who cultivated the physique laws from the heavenly scripture, the limitation of reaching half completion was null. Chapter 930, Heavenly Tao's beginning. After cultivating 2 immortal physiques and surpassing the life reduction, one would be able to cultivate these domains. This was due to having the sufficient blood energy required to support these domains. The world had always thought that cultivating multiple immortal physiques was impossible, but this was far from the truth. Of course, only existences like Li Qie were able to spend enough time and effort to create a heaven-defying merit law like the one thought, myriad physiques. At this time, there was a bright radiance in front of his chest. All 4 inner physiques appeared in 2 pairs. When these pairs were made, they would give birth to the absolute domains. Li Qie let the hell-suppressing and soaring physiques go together. This created the stagnation domain while the void imperfection and sky destroyer physiques combined to form the demise domain. Since the start of time, perhaps no more than 3 people had been able to cultivate these domains. One of them was the Black Dragon King. Of course, in the end, only the king was able to reach grand completion with 2 immortal physiques. The stagnation and demise domains kept on rotating until Li Qie could use them at his whim. He withdrew his inner physiques and the domains disappeared as well. Next, he opened his fate palaces and the Pillar of Life and Cauldron of Life emerged. Li Qie then began a process that caused a rune to appear on the Pillar of Life that was crackling with lightning. The rune changed once more to reach an unfathomable level. There seemed to be an endless ocean of lightning inside this rune. At the same time, the chapter imprinted on the Cauldron of Life was also laid out. The universal laws inside the chapter changed again and again. Eventually, a full system came into being. There seemed to be myriad Tao inside. No geniuses would be able to understand their profundities. After both sides finished transforming, the rune and chapter finally resonated. Both of them erupted as if they were being led by an unknown power. However, there was something missing and a true form couldn't emerge. After seeing this complete evolution with reactions from both sides, Li Qie finally sighed and murmured, "Yes, just like the legends." The rune was taken from the Void Gate and hidden in the Pillar of Life. The chapter was taken from the Blood Pond and was imprinted on the Cauldron of Life. Before obtaining the chapter, Li Qie had always thought about how to use it together with the rune. However, he lacked past references despite knowing an ancient legend regarding the myriad Tao in this world. Despite his calculations, he couldn't perfect this rune due to a lack of information. However, with the chapter, he was able to see the real mysteries inside, allowing him to complete the evolution. Ancient Void Rune and Heavenly Tao's Primal Chapter. Li Qie murmured, "I am still missing something, I have to find the missing parts somehow to complete it." The Heavenly Tao's Primal Chapter left behind by the blood progenitor was not about the origin of the blood race at all. It had nothing to do with the race, it was just that the progenitor managed to obtain it later on. However, his descendants didn't know this and assumed that it was their origin chapter, the focus of all of their cultivation. They were completely unaware of the truth. According to the geographical divide, the void trap desert should belong to the blood primal ground. However, the primal ground was special and ignored the events of the world. They focused on passing down their legacy instead of competing with the world. Because of this, it simply didn't consider the desert to be part of its territory despite the abundance of minerals and ores below. Thus, many cultivators came to the desert and established mining camps. Although there were many sects here vying for these resources, conflicts were rare. The reason was very simple, everyone was here to invest in profits, so no one wanted to attract the primal ground's attention. Li Qie continued his long trek. The sand below and sun above made sure that the trip didn't lack heat or dehydration, allowing him to train himself further and loosen the seal on his Tao foundation. He was challenging and refining his own body as a mortal. The desert's harsh environment was definitely a great place to break through one's limits. Along the way, he met many cultivators. Some flew while others darted forth with haste. There were sightings of flying treasures as well. Some came alone while others came with their sections. No matter their strength, they came and left without caring for Wuxia. At this time, he looked like a commoner walking barefoot, completely battered by the desert. What stood out was his lack of blood energy and aura. It made others think that he was only a mortal. A mortal was no different from an insect in the eyes of cultivators, so no one wanted to give him another glance, let alone waste time on him. However, there were always good people even among cultivators. On one day, Wuxia continued to move forward under the blazing sun. A magic carpet flew over his head. It was very large with around a dozen cultivators sitting on it. Their leader was an old man with an aura of water. He had a friendly appearance and a pair of bright eyes. Although he was old, his blood energy was still rich. It was easy to tell that he was an expert. "Young man, are you lost?" The old man asked Wuxia while riding his carpet. Wuxia stopped and looked at the people on the carpet. Outside of the old man, there were more than 10 young men and women behind him. There was one particular girl that stood out. She had an elegant aura and occasionally smiled. He then looked at the old man and gently shook his head with a smile. "Grandpa, you got it wrong. I am only walking through this desert, I know the way." The approachable old man replied, "Our Suang country has a mine here in this desert. This old man is taking these young ones out to broaden their horizons. This is a good thing. Although the void trap desert can be dangerous, it is not too life-threatening. It is a good place to train." Wuxia nodded. The old man was the royal lord of Suang. His name was Ichuan. After hearing this, Ichuan had to take another look at Wuxia. Although the fella's appearance was ragged and reminiscent of a beggar, his demeanor was relaxed and carefree. His dirty state didn't seem to bug him at all. Ichuan had the feeling that this young man was not walking on a desert but rather his own garden. "You're just a mortal, what do you know about training?" The young man named Biyao coldly snorted. Wuxia's answer annoyed him since he felt that it was not the place of a mortal to make such a comment. Biyao's attitude was not too strange. It was already pretty good that he wasn't treating Wuxia, a mortal, like an insect. Wuxia didn't mind the young man's words and only chuckled. Ichuan was still curious and asked, "Oh? So you are also a cultivator? What sect are you from?" Wuxia smiled, "You guessed wrong, I'm not a cultivator. I simply picked up a few random merit laws and trained them casually. You stated some clear logic, so I thought you had a good teacher." So it was all talk and nothing more. Biyao snorted. He was not hostile towards Wuxia, but he couldn't stand Wuxia's bragging style. "Biyao, don't be rude." Ichuan stopped the young man and shook his head again. He glanced over at Wuxia to say, "So, you came to this desert to train." After cultivating 2 immortal physiques and surpassing the life reduction, one would be able to cultivate these domains. This was due to having sufficient blood energy that was required to support these domains. The world had always thought that cultivating multiple immortal physiques was impossible, but this was far from the truth. Of course, only existences like Wuxia were able to spend enough time and effort to create a heaven-defying merit law like the one thought, myriad physiques. At this time, there was a bright radiance in front of his chest. All 4 inner physiques appeared in pairs. When these pairs were made, they would give birth to the absolute domains. Wuxia let the hell-suppressing and soaring physiques go together. This created the stagnation domain while the void imperfection and sky destroyer physiques combined to form the demise domain. Since the start of time, perhaps not more than 3 people had been able to cultivate these domains. One of them was the Black Dragon King. Of course, only the king was able to reach grand completion with 2 immortal physiques in the end. Back then, the old man was a very heaven-defying existence with extreme confidence. He believed that Li Qia would never be able to escape his grasp. He didn't expect for Li Qia to endure for such a long period of time, so long that Li Qia eventually fooled him completely and stole all of the secrets in his mind. Li Qia paid a huge price at that time, but he was rewarded with many great secrets. He even wanted the ultimate secret from the old geezer. Back then, he thought that this secret was hidden in the old man's memories, but he couldn't force it out. After this trip, the old man revealed that he had already obtained it. Alas, he still didn't know where this ultimate secret was hiding right now. Because of this, Li Qia was going through all the secrets he squeezed out from the old man to figure out that ultimate secret. Old man, you're really something special. I didn't notice it at all. Li Qia flipped through the dust-laden memories and murmured, although you destroyed my body back then, you allowed me to massacre that place because of your secrets and preparations. When I'm fully ready again, even without your ultimate secret, I would still be able to make rivers of blood run across that land again. No matter how much he tried, he couldn't find the ultimate secret. However, he was sure that the old man was not lying to him. The issue was that he was overlooking something. Nevertheless, he was not in a rush. He gazed at the sky and told himself, maybe the real trick to unlocking this secret requires me to make my way back there. I'll definitely do so this generation no matter what. Just wait, those false gods will tremble beneath my feet. On the next day, Li Qia continued on barefoot with the sun's rays scorching him from above. Chapter 932, Suang Country Sichuan. This was a long journey since Li Qia took his time. This barefoot walk might be a type of torture to others, but Li Qia was enjoying it. He was able to let go of everything in this desert. His goal, at the moment, was to leave the desert. All else was left behind. Little friend, we meet again. A carpet appeared above Li Qia again. It was Yichuan's group. Li Qia looked at them and smiled. It seems like all of you had a fruitful trip. Without a doubt, the juniors behind Yichuan were a lot more lively than last time. They must have had a good training session. The excited Ollie smiled and blurted out, we obtained a lot of ores. Ollie, you can't just expose having treasures to others or they'll be tempted. Biyao, as the senior brother, quickly reminded his junior sister. In his eyes, Li Qia was only an outsider. Such information naturally couldn't be revealed to an outsider since it might bring about unnecessary problems. Li Qia smiled and told Ollie while ignoring Biyao, I was talking about your Tao heart and spirit. Compared to these benefits, the ores are just external materials. There will be many chances for treasures later on, but Tao heart training is not only a process, it is a type of fate. Such gains cannot be found all the time. Little friend, that is quite profound. Yichuan couldn't help but praise. He looked at Li Qia with growing skepticism. These weren't words that should come from a young man. It sounded like something a weather-beaten and experienced man should say. Just a casual remark. Li Qia smiled without complacency. Such phrases truly were casual remarks to him. That's all theoretical. Biyao snorted. He was dissatisfied with Li Qia regardless of what he said due to having some prejudice against him. Yichuan smiled and asked Li Qia, are you still training? Do you want me to bring you the rest of the way? Li Qia looked ahead and shook his head, no need, it doesn't look like it'll be long until I'm able to leave this desert. I'll just go by myself. Not bad. Yichuan gave him a thumbs up and said, walking barefoot through the void-trapped desert is not a difficult task for cultivators. The hardship lies in the trouble. How many cultivators would be willing to bear this burden as a mortal? It requires great perseverance, it's definitely not easy. Cultivators were able to do many things. However, they would usually grow used to being high above others. Many of them would not be willing to act as a mortal again. All of you should be learning from this Tao brother. Cultivation is not just about honing your merit laws, it is also about training your willpower and determination to sharpen your mind. Yi Chuan turned around and told his disciples. He wanted to use Li Qie as a role model. The disciples were quiet. They could only listen to their senior. Of course, they didn't pay Li Qie's words any mind. In their eyes, Li Qie was only a nobody, someone not much better than a mortal. There was nothing worth learning from him. The majority of them considered themselves to be much better than him. They came from a great sect and had trained in powerful merit laws from a young age and took in wondrous medicines. In their eyes, learning from Li Qie, who was basically a mortal, was a shameful matter. Little friend, I won't bother you any longer. May we meet again in the future. Yi Chuan bid his farewell in a very polite manner. He had a noble status as the ruler of a country. However, he was exceptional in one regard: his vision was not something the disciples behind him could compare to. In his eyes, although Li Qie was a vagrant cultivator, he would have a colorful future due to his Tao heart and determination. He really liked young people with great perseverance like Li Qie. These were the ones who were most likely to have big success. Li Qie smiled and also bid farewell to Yi Chuan before continuing on his way. After walking for another long period of time, he finally made it out of the desert and was met by a wave of humidity. Right outside the desert was a land full of water. There were rolling green hills and rivers all around. One could see boats setting sail and rowing on the currents. Under the sparkling waves, the fat fishes jumped out of the water while herons swept by across the surface. On both sides of the river were green puffs of smoke as if this was a paradise. The contrast between a desert and a land with a great river made it seem like two different worlds meeting here. It gave the sensation of stepping from an arid land to a prosperous location that could only exist in a painting. Anyone would become relaxed while walking in this land of paradise. Li Qie emotionally commented, "Jiangnan River, southern border." This was indeed a nice and refreshing location. Each time he came by here, he would stay for some time due to his adoration of the place. The desert was next to the primal ground while the southern border was next to the desert, a rich land full of water. Anyone would feel that creation was such a magical thing. A land with a mighty river and a desert separated by only one path, this was quite difficult to believe. The southern barren earth was huge and contained many things. The entire place was quite fertile, especially the most southern region. This southern region was called the southern border or land of the southern Tang. As long as one had a boat, they would be able to go anywhere in this city. There were many huge trees here offering their shade. Flowing water was everywhere and gave a pleasant yet all-encompassing feeling. Li Qie was quite tattered at this moment with dirt all over his face. He looked like a mortal in the city. At best, people would only consider him to be a beggar. Cultivators wouldn't give him a second glance, only mortals would throw him a few coins at times. Li Qie didn't have to go too far before receiving a lot of coins. The reason was quite simple: this was a land of plenty. People had homes and jobs, so the mortals here were quite well off. They were willing to give to a beggar like Li Qie. Li Qie couldn't help but smile while looking at the coins in his hand. He put them away anyway. As he walked by a huge tree that blotted out the sky, a familiar voice rang out, "Little friend, care to come for a drink?" This towering tree grew near the river. There was a finely crafted winehouse in its shade. It was clear that not just anyone could come here to drink. There were more than 10 cultivators next to the street of the restaurants. They could be considered Li Qie's acquaintances since they were all part of Yi Chuan's group. Yi Chuan held a wine cup and greeted Li Qie in a polite manner. Li Qie smiled back and strode inside before sitting down confidently before Yi Chuan. This forced the disciples sitting next to Yi Chuan to make some room. A few disciples were very unhappy to see Li Qie acting so disrespectfully before their royal lord. However, Yi Chuan didn't mind at all. He had taken quite a liking to this young man ahead of him. Deference is no substitute for obedience. Li Qie sat down and said with a smile. Li Qie's downtrodden look and his confident attitude conflicted with each other. However, it seemed so natural when it was Li Qie doing it. Chapter 933, An Old Acquaintance is Coming? Yi Chuan called someone to fill Li Qia's cup. Li Qia drank it down in one gulp and sighed with emotion. This is the taste. Great wine with great waterside sceneries, this is definitely different from other places. I always want to drink whenever I come by here. Yi Chuan smiled and asked, so little friend must not be from southern Tang? The four oceans are my home. Li Qia leisurely answered, however, southern Tang is indeed a place worth remembering. It gives a very relaxed feeling and soothes the soul. Yi Chuan continued, you haven't had thoughts about staying here? To find a sect and embark on the path all the way to the door of the Grand Tao? Are you saying you want to take me in as a disciple? Li Qia set his cup down and smiled while staring at Yi Chuan. Humph, don't act so impudently in front of His Majesty. Biyao couldn't help but scowl after seeing Li Qia acting so condescendingly. Yi Chuan gently waved his hand to stop Biyao. He smiled and said, to tell the truth, I do have such a notion. If little friend is willing to join my sect, I won't dare to say that I can help you reach the top of this world, but I can definitely give you a stage to display your abilities. After she gained control of southern Tang, she began going on these inspection tours every few years to alleviate the disputes between the countries here. She just so happened to be passing by this time. The many sect masters and royal lords of this region are organizing a banquet for her tonight, so I'll be bringing the juniors to see her. Li Qia came up with an idea, so he asked, where can I meet her? Humph. The unhappy Biyao immediately said, the great lord is our ruler. She is supreme and noble and not someone you can meet as you please. Biyao, do not be rude. Yi Chuan stopped him, the leaders are holding the banquet at the waterside garden. From what I've heard, Her Majesty should be coming today. Does little friend want to see Her Majesty too? Li Qia only smiled and didn't reply. Meanwhile, Ali chuckled and added, it is understandable that you want to see Her Majesty. At our southern Tang, everyone says that her beauty is peerless. Her Majesty is not only a virtuous paragon, she is also incredibly pretty. Who knows how many young geniuses lost their minds because of her? If you go see her, maybe you will be awestruck by her beauty as well. Li Qia couldn't help but smile at the innocent Ali. He gently shook his head in response, little miss, you are mistaken this time. I'm afraid there are not many women who can charm me. Please. The few male disciples looked at Li Qia with one eye, especially Biyao. He spoke with disdain, no woman can charm you? That is because you haven't seen any beautiful ones. Just wait till you see Her Majesty, your soul will leave your body. Biyao, stop your nonsense. Yi Chuan couldn't help but wryly smile at the conversation between the youths. He gently shook his head and told Biyao to stop. This ridicule was met with silence from Li Qia, who continued to drink. Oh. Isn't this royal lordy? What is it this time? Your Suang country has no inheritor, so you have to stoop to recruiting a beggar? At this time, a group came down from the upper floors. The leader was a young man wearing an imperial robe decorated with a four-clawed dragon. He had an imposing appearance and a threatening aura. His entire entourage consisted of powerful experts. It was easy to tell that their background was extraordinary. Minor form Crown Prince. Yi Chuan wasn't angered by this provocation. He only dismissively said, a hero is a hero regardless of his background, material possessions, and sect. This young man was the Crown Prince of the Minor Form country, one of the 10 nations under southern Tang's jurisdiction. Minor Form and Suang neighbored each other. Both sides had been at odds even till now. Although there had never been a bloody conflict, these provocations upon the meeting were too common. Is that so? Then feel free to continue recruiting these beggars. I hope that you can find a descendant from the bunch of them. The Minor Form Crown Prince looked down at Li Qia and laughed, hopefully, it will be someone excellent. Otherwise, your mediocre disciples over there shouldn't even dream about competing with me. Royal Lord Yi, before you grow old, you better find someone before it's too late. Such words made a Bayos group glare at him, but the prince didn't mind at all. He let out an arrogant laugh before leaving with his entourage. The juniors behind each one were incensed as they watched the prince leave. He purposely humiliated them. Each one called someone to fill Li Qia's cup. Li Qia drank it down in one gulp and sighed with emotion. This is the taste. Great wine with great waterside sceneries. This is definitely different from other places. I always want to drink whenever I come by here. Each one smiled and asked, so little friend must not be from southern Tang? The four oceans are my home. Li Qia leisurely answered, however, southern Tang is indeed a place worth remembering. It gives a very relaxed feeling and soothes the soul. Each one continued, you haven't had thoughts about staying here? To find a sect and embark on the path all the way to the door of the Grand Tao? You are saying you want to take me in as a disciple? Li Qia set his cup down and smiled while staring at each one. Humph, don't act so impudently in front of His Majesty. A lot of them were vagrant cultivators. Prior to this, the news of the Great Lord's southern patrol had been spread far and wide. All the cultivators here came running in order to see her once. Many people loved talking about Yi Chuyun. It could even be said that in the entire southern Tang, many people saw her as their pride. They spoke her tales as if they knew it like the palm of their hand. For example, she had surpassed her life reduction many years ago and became one of the youngest virtuous paragons in the barren earth after the difficult Tao era ended. The Great Lord's story can only be described as brilliant. These cultivators couldn't contain their excitement as they discussed her stories. A youth narrated, that's right, our Lord is the #1 expert among our southern Tang's younger generation. Way back then, she visited the eastern 100 cities and trained at the Heavenly Tao Academy. She even became a student of the Sacred Era Hall. Another spoke while full of admiration, yes, the Sacred Era Hall. This is the gathering place of the greatest talents in the mortal emperor world. So many geniuses couldn't get in. Her glorious deeds didn't stop there. Rumor has it that she had even climbed to the top of the world tree, something that even imperial descendants couldn't do. People said that only a few people like deity Jikong Wudi and goddess Mei Suyao made it to the top, yet our Lord was able to do so as well. It is easy to imagine just how powerful she is. Self-restraint became a rare sight when the topic was about Yi Chuyun's past. The waterside garden was located in the southern area of this city. It was surrounded by rivers and beautiful sceneries. Moreover, spirit energy flowed all around. This type of land was not something a mortal could own. This was the property of a great power. This sect immediately prepared it to greet the Great Lord that was about to make her appearance. The moment Li Qia arrived, many experts and vagabonds had already been quietly waiting. Any cultivator was able to meet her during her patrol, no matter their background or current sect. Thus, the garden was completely packed and consisted of people ranging from royal lords and sect masters to cultivators with humble beginnings. There was no other requirement to gain entry outside of being a cultivator. Nevertheless, the garden still had bodyguards to prevent any mishaps. Mortals cannot enter. The guards immediately stopped Li Qia at the gate. Without a doubt, he was included in the no-entry category. Even if he was not a mortal, he still couldn't enter with his current shabby appearance. Letting someone like this in was an affront to their southern Tang's reputation. Get out of my way. Li Qia flipped his hair while looking at the two guards that blocked him with their spears. The moment his calm eyes fell upon them, the two guards couldn't help but quiver. This pair of dull eyes didn't have any prestige. However, it exuded an unspeakable oppressive force that caused them to feel an instinctive fear as their legs grew weak. The two had weak cultivations, so how could they withstand his glare? They simply didn't dare to stop him and let him in. After Li Qia entered, the two guards finally heaved a sigh of relief. They felt a cold chill and glanced at each other. That was so bizarre. At this point, the cultivators quietly stood there, waiting for the arrival of the Great Lord. The leaders who knew each other started to converse. As for the vagabonds and lowly cultivators, they knew themselves full well and chose to stay in the far corners. They didn't dare to compete against those experts and leaders for the better spots. Of course, the powerful leaders were sitting at the front. They were qualified to meet the great lord first. During their friendly greetings, someone saw Li Chia coming in and asked with surprise, "Who is that?" Suddenly, many looked at him. They noticed his appearance and frowned. Where did this beggar come from? Why was such a fellow allowed in? A sect master saw him and furrowed his brows. In their eyes, the reception for the great lord was a big event. How could they be happy to see a beggar in this place? Why is he here? Is this a place where he can come? Biyao, who had always been unhappy with Li Chia, snorted. Even Yi Chuan was caught off guard to see Li Chia here. "Junior, are you lost?" A sect master was completely disgruntled towards Li Chia and raised his voice aggressively. A mortal would fall to the ground due to this aura. Li Chia slowly turned to face him and asked, "Is this the waterside garden?" "Yes, this place is the waterside garden, but it isn't a place where you can come and go as you please." The sect master spoke as a royal aura emerged from his body. Li Chia waved his hand dismissively and interrupted him. "Then it's right, I didn't come to the wrong place." "Oh? Isn't this royal lord Yi Chuan's friend? What's going on? Does your friend want to come here to beg?" A sarcastic voice came about. It was the minor form crown prince. The prince did this in order to humiliate Yi Chuan before everyone. He was deliberately causing trouble. Chapter 935, Meeting an old friend. Many quickly shifted their gaze over towards Yi Chuan. A few sect masters who wanted to chase Li Chia away looked to Yi Chuan as well. As the old saying goes, one has to look at the owner before beating their dog. Yi Chuan was a big character in southern Tang. Anyone would have to show some consideration towards him. The minor form crown prince's frank attitude towards him was part of the minority. A Biyao's group, at this moment, were angrily glaring at Li Chia. In their eyes, Li Chia was throwing away their country's face. He was purposely making it hard for their ruler to step down. Yi Chuan was a bit embarrassed. He coughed and said, "I do know this little friend." He didn't deny being Li Chia's acquaintance. Li Chia waved his hand and said, "Me coming here has nothing to do with Royal Lord Yi. There's no need for all of you to worry, just do as you please." "Huh, brat, if Yi Chuan didn't bring you here, how could you enter in the first place?" The crown prince provoked again. "Which eye of yours saw our majesty bring him here?" Biyao couldn't help but glare at the prince's blatant attempt at shaming their king. At this point, her gaze paused for a moment as she inadvertently saw a lone person sitting at the front. His clothes were ragged, but that figure was all too familiar. Yi Chuyan was shocked because he had been missing for a very long time. No one knew his whereabouts, but now he suddenly appeared in this place. This was quite astounding. "Your Majesty, this beggar snuck in here, let me chase him out." The minor form crown prince thought that the great lord was angered by the sight of the beggar and quickly headed for him in order to claim this merit. "Foul beggar, get out of here, don't defile Her Majesty's view." The prince shouted and reached for Li Chia. Pop! The prince couldn't catch him before a crisp slapping noise resounded. No one saw how Li Chia slapped him. The prince spat out a mouthful of blood, all of his teeth were broken. "Little bastard." The prince became furious and wanted to behead Li Chia. Yi Chuyan composed herself and shouted, "Step down." She was a virtuous paragon. Her shout alone was enough to cause the prince to take several steps backward before falling down. He was no longer able to stand up since the gap between the two was too large. Li Chia remained seated with dirt and grit all over his face. He looked at her and smiled, "Miss Yi, long time no see." This address left many people breathless. In southern Tang, no one dared to call the great lord by her name outside of virtuous paragons from the previous generation. Yi Chuyan quickly walked towards him and replied, Brotherly, long time no see. I didn't expect Brotherly to make an entrance. If you told me, I would have personally gone to greet you. This scene left the sect masters and royal lords present dumbfounded. One could imagine the person's identity if their great lord had to act so politely. A Biyao group behind each one watched on in disbelief. Li Qie was completely filthy. No matter how they looked at him, he was not worthy of such grand treatment. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. You are too polite. I have only recently returned and just happened to come to Southern Tang. However, I do have something to ask of you. Yi Chuyun looked at Li Qie. Though she didn't know what had transpired, she understood that Li Qie had experienced something incredible. Just think about it, this man before her could nonchalantly destroy a sect. A slight gesture from him could trap many ancestors from imperial lineages to death. I will do my best to provide assistance for whatever you need. Yi Chuyun quickly answered, you must be tired from the journey. If you don't mind, how about staying at my place for a few days? Very well, since Miss Yi is showing such magnificent hospitality, I can only obey. Li Qie smiled and nodded his head, intending to stand up. Yi Chuyun quickly helped him up. She gave orders to the disciple next to her before personally accompanying him away. Many quickly shifted their gaze over towards Yichuan. A few sect masters who wanted to chase Li Qie away looked at Yichuan as well. As the old saying goes, one has to look at the owner before beating their dog. Yichuan was a big character in Southern Tang. Anyone would have to show some consideration towards him. The minor form crown prince's frank attitude towards him was part of the minority. A Biyao group, at this moment, was angrily glaring at Li Qie. In their eyes, Li Qie was throwing away their country's face. He was purposely making things hard for their ruler to step down. Yi Chuan was a bit embarrassed. He coughed and said, I do know this little friend. He didn't deny being Li Qie's acquaintance. Li Qie waved his hand and said, me coming here has nothing to do with Royal Lord Yi. There's no need for all of you to worry, just do as you please. Chapter 936, Yi Chuyun. In just a second, the entire waterside garden turned quiet as everyone watched the great lord help Li Qie leave hand in hand. They were shocked by this scene. No one knew the identity of this dirty youth. Such actions from their great lord were beyond being polite. It was at the level of deference. Suddenly, their heads went blank and they felt suffocated. Yi Chuyun was not only the current ruler of Southern Tang, she was also a paragon. Among the youths in the barren earth, she was definitely among the top talents. But now, she personally accompanied this young man away with full respect. It was easy to see how highly she regarded him. No one here could believe such a thing, not even Yichuan. He only thought that Li Qie was an ordinary vagrant cultivator. As for the group of Biyao, their mouths were wide open and wouldn't close for a long time. The great lord was their goddess who was completely unreachable. However, she was personally helping Li Qie away. Such a respectful attitude was too unbelievable. Prior to this, they were very unhappy towards Li Qie. But now, they thought that the ignorant ones were themselves. It's over, the minor form crown prince dropped to the ground with a completely pale complexion. Even their great lord was so respectful, yet he offended the person. The royal lord who wanted to attack Li Qie was drenched in cold sweat. He didn't think that this inconspicuous beggar had such a great background. At this time, a few people were reminded of Yichuan. He was the only person here who was Li Qie's friend. Brother Yi, what is the background of that young noble earlier? Many royal lords and sect masters quickly swarmed towards Yichuan to ask for Li Qie's information. They actually thought that Yichuan knew his identity. Yichuan smiled wryly and shook his head. I don't know that young noble's exact background either. Li Qie was sitting inside Yi Chuyun's carriage. She noticed his ragged appearance and showed concern. What happened to Brother Li? She was still a paragon, so she was able to notice a thing or two after a look. Li Qie smiled in response. No big deal, it is just that I only got back from the stone medicine world with a bit of difficulty. Li Qie answered in such a nonchalant manner, but Yi Qian's expression shifted. The pathways between the 9 worlds had yet to be opened. Forcefully breaking through the world barriers was definitely courting death, even for a god monarch. Are you okay? Yi Qian asked with concern. Li Qie gently shook his head. There's no need to worry, Miss Yi. It was only a small matter. I only made a bet with someone and my Dao foundation got sealed, just a minor inconvenience. Yi Qian naturally understood that this minor inconvenience was definitely a heaven-shattering event to anyone else. She welcomed him into the Pure Lotus School and prepared the best place for him as well. All of this was carried out with the most prestigious reception possible for an esteemed guest. Yi Qian was already waiting in the hall by the time Li Qie finished taking a bath. She saw him coming and immediately stood up then bowed. I left in a hurry back then and couldn't show you my gratitude. Please accept this bow today. Li Qie waved his sleeve and smiled. It is all in the past, there's no need to mention it. You didn't need to thank me for back then either. No, without your guidance, the me standing here today wouldn't exist. Yi Qian insisted on bowing and continued in a formal manner. My achievements today were mostly given to me by Brother Li. Back then, Li Qie brought her to the world tree, which led to her obtaining quite a big fortune. This allowed her cultivation to suddenly rise after returning. Some even said that she was the first virtuous paragon of the young generation after the end of the difficult Dao era. She left quickly back then and couldn't thank Li Qie. Today, she bowed solemnly in order to express her gratitude upon meeting him again. Seeing her persistence, Li Qie sat down and accepted her grand gesture. After handing over her gift, she sat down with Li Qie. He looked at her and smiled. Miss Yi is an acquaintance, so I won't be too reserved. First, I want to ask about the cleansing incense ancient sect. Brother Li can rest easy about this. Yi Qian smiled. When a gentle girl like her smiled, it was especially pleasing to the eyes. She said, the cleansing incense ancient sect is extraordinary in present times. Although I have not been to the Grand Middle Territory, I still hear some news from there. It is said that Miss Li and Miss Chen have reached half completion of their immortal physiques, and the same goes for your sect's Master Su. They are a threat to the Grand Middle Territory and even the entire mortal emperor world. Back when they reached half completion, the majority of the sects in the world went to congratulate them. Unfortunately, I was undergoing a cultivation session, so I couldn't go and instead only sent disciples with gifts. Her answer was not an exaggeration. One sect with 3 immortal physiques. It was no wonder that this would shock the entire world. 3 half-completion immortal physiques could force any virtuous paragon to back off. This was not taking into account the fact that they could become 3 grand completion physiques in the future. If one sect could have 3 grand completion physiques, then even if an immortal emperor was present, they wouldn't carelessly start a fight. 1 grand completion immortal physique was enough to assail an immortal emperor. Just imagine the power of 3 in the same sect. Of course, the world didn't know about Qin Baojiao's physique. However, someone gauged her physique's power and assumed that she was cultivating an immortal physique as well, despite not knowing the exact one. After hearing this, Li Qie sighed in relief and nodded his head. Then I'll ask Miss Yi for a favor. Yi Qian quickly said, I will do my best, just let me know what you need. Li Qie responded, Miss Yi is too polite. I only want you to help me send news to the cleansing incense sect about my return. This is simple. Yi Qian replied, I will let my disciples do so right away. However, Brother Li should know that we can't send this news to the cleansing incense sect right away. Our sect and yours are not connected by a Dao portal. I'm afraid we need to use the Eastern 100 cities as a transit point and the Icy Feather Palace's Dao portal. Directly teleporting was the quickest way for cultivators to communicate, but this type of teleportation required the Dao portals of the 2 sects to be connected. Only sects with great relationships would have such a thing. There was another type of teleportation, blind teleportation. They would only know the approximate position and couldn't teleport accurately. This type of teleportation not only required a huge amount of refined jades, the chance for mistakes was high as well. It could even teleport someone to dangerous locations. No rush, as long as it is sent. Li Qie nodded. He didn't intend on returning to the Grand Middle Territory for now. He had other plans at the barren earth that still needed to be carried out. We will definitely send the news for you. Yi Chuyan said, may I ask how long you will be staying at the barren earth? If you are in no hurry and don't mind, then you can stay at my humble abode for a while. I still want to ask you for some pointers. Yi Chuyan was very forward with her intentions. Since Miss Yi has shown me such great hospitality, I will do as you ask. Li Qie was not reserved. He looked at her and asked, have there been any big events at the Mortal Emperor world in these past few years? Since Brother Li left, the Mortal Emperor world has been very peaceful. Yi Chuyan responded, your battle back then served as a warning to the rest of the world, so in these recent years, many sects here have only been training and training. Very few people caused trouble. She was correct in this matter. The battle back at the Heavenly Tao Academy acted as a deterrent to the entire world, especially when the realm god easily crushed the Brilliance Ancient Kingdom. Many lineages didn't even dare to breathe loudly afterward. With a powerful existence like the realm god around, anyone would need to think twice before causing trouble in the Mortal Emperor world. Li Qie only chuckled and didn't comment on the matters of past. Recently, the most sensational news is the Buddhist funeral plateau announcing that the Nalanda temple and all the other temples under its jurisdiction were opening again to enlighten all the destined ones in the world. Yi Chuyan told Li Qie what she knew. The plateau finally opened. Li Qie narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. The difficult Tao era is over, so the Nalanda temple wants to welcome the world. Countless cultivators go to the plateau each day. However, in recent years, several geniuses have been converted, so people have been very careful when they go there, especially the younger generation. Yi Chuyan explained. Li Qie couldn't help but gaze at the far horizon and murmur, Buddhist funeral plateau. It was one of the 12 burial grounds with many secrets within. Some of them were beyond human comprehension. Brother Li wants to go there? Yi Chuyan asked after seeing his expression. Li Qie slightly shook his head, no rush, it will not go anywhere. If the Nalanda temple has opened again, they won't close their doors so quickly. After I'm done with my business, it still won't be too late to go there. Will you need my assistance? Yi Chuyan went straight to the point. Li Qie smiled, I will definitely ask if I need help. As long as you need it, just let me know, and both the Pure Lotus School and I will try our best. Although Yi Chuyan was born in the prosperous southern land, as the ruler of the region, she was not long-winded at all. Chapter 937, Inseparable. Li Qie stayed back at the Pure Lotus School. Outside of refining his Tao foundation, he used his time to meditate on the supreme mysteries in order to perfect the vessel of Athanasia. He had a particular vision in his mind. Once all three vessels were perfected, an entirely new framework would be formed. Li Qie knew that with regards to life creation alone, other people had gone much further than him. However, no matter how powerful one might be on this path, they would have to pay a terrible price. This was a heaven-defying matter, a challenge to the high heavens. Because of this, Li Qie's new idea was to rise against the heavens and surpass all things. Creating life alone was not enough. If this was his limit, then it would be over for him. Due to this reason, he must make the vessels support each other instead of being independent existences, to form a new system that had never existed before, to reach an unprecedented height. Thus, there was still a long way for Li Qie to go. In his eyes, becoming a mortal emperor was only the beginning. During his stay, Yi Chuyan was not reserved at all. She directly asked him for help whenever she had questions on cultivation. She didn't have the same meekness of southern women. She was frank yet graceful. More importantly, even as a virtuous paragon, she still consulted him with sincerity and modesty. She knew better than anyone else that despite being a paragon, Li Qie was much more powerful than her. Even a genius like Bing Yuxia was full of respect towards Li Qie, so she had nothing to be arrogant about. Li Qie didn't hold back either and solved all of her questions as well as pointed out her shortcomings. After obtaining his guidance, Yi Chuyun had a new sense of enlightenment. Many things that she couldn't understand before suddenly became clear. I can't catch up to your understanding of the Grand Tao even if I try for the rest of my life. She was absolutely convinced by his knowledge. Li Qie only smiled. He could even teach an immortal emperor, so this level of guidance was nothing special. Li Qie smilingly said, "It is only because you can also understand. If you give me an ox to teach, then even if I could spew out a deluge of heavenly lotuses with my words, it still wouldn't understand." Yi Chuyun's talent was high. Although there was still a gap between her and Bing Yuxia, she had a heart with the characteristics of an orchid flower. This made up for her weaknesses. Yi Chuyun stared at him and softly spoke, "How about I go with you? If you don't find it appropriate, then I won't make things difficult." She was as gentle as possible at this moment and exuded an indescribable charm with each of her actions. Li Qie met her gaze and nodded, "We'll go together then. After finishing with the Heaven Guard sect, I'll be going to the God War Mountain, then it is off to the Buddhist funeral plateau. You don't have much to see at the God War Mountain, but the plateau is definitely a place worth visiting. You will be able to benefit from the trip. I appreciate your guidance." Yi Chuyun grew happy and bowed in excitement. Li Qie gently stroked the hair flowing down her forehead and said, "This is not considered guidance but more that I fancy you. Your will to reach the Tao is like flowing water, free yet persistent like the tranquil rain in spring. In the future, you won't become an immortal emperor, but you will still be a supreme expert. I'm very happy to hear your praise." She smiled as her brows lifted gracefully. She had a particular appeal to reach straight into the heart. Li Qie ordered, "Go get ready since you will need to leave for a long time." Yi Chuyun didn't hesitate at all and began her preparations. She left the matters in the sect to the elders so that she could visit the Heaven Guard sect with Li Qie. On the next day, they embarked on their journey. Yi Chuyun didn't bring any disciples so as to not bother Li Qie. Southern Tang was also near the extreme southwest area of the barren earth while the Heaven Guard sect was in the southeast region, so the two of them headed east. However, Li Qie was not in a rush. Rather than taking one portal after another, they opted to take a boat to cross the mountain ranges. Along the way, he stopped at some other places. They were all different, ancient capitals, mountains, rivers, divine peaks. His expression kept on changing after stopping at these places: silence, sadness, dazed. No matter the time or occasion, Yi Chuyun only quietly stood by his side and kept him company. The barren earth had a different significance in Li Qie's mind. If the Eastern Hundred Cities was memorable due to it being the origin of the human race, then the barren earth was a place he didn't want to think about. However, at the same time, this was the place Li Qie wanted to stop by the most. Li Qie stayed back at the Pure Lotus School. Outside of refining his Tao foundation, he used that time to meditate on the supreme mysteries in order to perfect the vessel of Athanasia. He had this particular vision in his mind. Once all three vessels were perfected, an entirely new framework would be formed. Li Qie knew that with regards to life creation alone, other people had gone much further than him. However, no matter how powerful one might be on this path, they would have to pay a terrible price. This was a heaven-defying matter, a challenge to the high heavens. Because of this, Li Qie's new idea was to rise against the heavens and surpass all things. Creating life alone was not enough. If this was his limit, then it would be over for him. Due to this reason, he must make the vessels support each other instead of being independent existences to form a new system that had never been there before, to reach an unprecedented height. Chapter 942, Meeting an old friend. Li Qie noticed that Yi Chuyun's curiosity was beyond containment. He smiled and said, "Chuyun, you can say what's on your mind, there's no need to hold it in." Brother Li is a disciple from the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, she stated. This was something everyone knew and also the thing that puzzled her the most. She curiously continued, Brother Li, I really didn't try to peek into your past, but I heard that you didn't grow up in that sect and instead joined it later on. This is not a secret. Anyone who wants to know my background would know this. Yes, I was lucky and joined the sect to become its disciple. Li Qia nodded. This made her even more curious and inquisitive. Why did Brother Li pick the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect? In my opinion, you are a brilliant talent with exceptional abilities. There is nothing that you can't do and nothing you don't know. And? Li Qia chuckled after hearing this. In my shallow view, if I were you, if it was between the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect and Heaven Guard. I am only a human, so I would pick Heaven Guard. She revealed what was on her mind. She had a certain perception of him at this moment. Since he could make for heaven act so respectfully, it wouldn't have been difficult for him to join Heaven Guard in the past. Even a fool could make the easy choice between Cleansing Incense and Heaven Guard. Although Cleansing Incense was once an imperial lineage, it had fallen to a third-rate sect, if it could even be considered that. Meanwhile, Heaven Guard had 3 emperors and loomed over the world. Such a choice was very simple. Anyone would close their eyes and pick Heaven Guard. Li Qia looked at Yi Chuyun and smiled. Chuyun, backgrounds don't matter to me. It doesn't matter if it's Heaven Guard or the most humble and lowly of backgrounds, I can still head for the apex and cause myriad worlds to lose their lights as I reign supreme. With that, Li Qia stared towards the far horizon with a serious expression. I picked Cleansing Incense because of a very simple reason, we are connected by fate. Yi Chuyun turned silent. She couldn't help but wryly smile afterward. Perhaps, only Li Qia could utter such words with confidence. Come, we'll head for the holy city. Li Qia looked at the stunned girl and spoke with a smile. She calmed down and quickly chased after Li Qia. The two of them left Heaven Guard. Because Li Qia was not in a rush to reach the holy city, he took his time enjoying the beautiful sceneries while setting their boat eastbound through the streams. The southern barren earth was a wondrous land. Despite its name, rivers extending to all directions could be found everywhere. In this region, one could reach any location by water. Li Qia continued to enjoy the beautiful scenes while growing sentimental at a few locations due to recalling people of the past. Along the way, Yi Chuyun did a good job taking care of him as if she was a maid. Today, she was the ruler of a country, a genius virtuous paragon. However, she didn't act prideful or dignified before Li Qia. Li Qia liked her as well. While watching her row the boat, he asked with a smile, Chuyun, if you are willing, I can take you in. Yi Chuyun revealed a gentle smile upon hearing this and answered, I appreciate your adoration. Never mind, I suppose you and I are not meant to be. Li Qia understood her implication and didn't force the issue. Yi Chuyun gently shook her head and explained, Brother Li misunderstood my intention. I really do appreciate your sentiment, these words come from my heart. With that, she stared at him and gently sighed, your talents are peerless and I trust that one day, myriad worlds will tremble because of you. I am weak and won't amount to much by staying at your side. You already have great people like Shuangyan and Baojiao, so me staying by your side is akin to embroidering flowers already on fine silk. My presence is not necessary. She continued on, so it is better to stay at my school and be friends with you. In the future, I will be content if you come visit me whenever you are at the barren earth. Having said that, she sighed again with an inexplicable melancholic expression. She understood that she was giving up many things with this choice. However, she stood by it. Everyone has their own wishes. I will not force the issue. Li Qia nodded, it is also my honor to have known you. Yi Chuyun smiled warmly. She was the snow. Yi Chuyun was moved by Li Qia's current appearance. Anyone would be awestruck by him at this moment. The disciples guarding that gate were shocked as well. This monolith had been standing here for so many years, but they never knew about this magical effect. Li Chia told the guards at the entrance, "Go, ring the bell, the emperor has returned." The emperor has returned, the disciples shook once in shock. They calmed down and quickly ran inside without questioning him. Li Chia wore his golden crown and headed inside the Heaven Guard sect. There was an unspeakable burden in his heart as he stepped into this all-too-familiar land. Clang, a sonorous bell rang for miles and miles. Even the ancestors sleeping in the deepest depths of the sect could hear it. The bell. The emperor is back. These hibernating ancestors were woken up by the sound of the bell. One of them murmured in astonishment, "Is this real?" Li Chia entered a temple and sat in the highest position before commanding the disciples, "Tell your ancestors or sect master to come see me." The guards were startled, but they didn't dare to show any disrespect and quickly carried out the order. A moment later, a middle-aged man hastily rushed in. After coming inside, he saw Li Chia sitting in that place and was shocked. He carefully looked at Li Chia, his gaze pausing on the golden crown above his head for a long time. "All of you, leave." After confirming his thoughts, the middle-aged man commanded the guards. All of them obeyed and left. Li Chia looked at this man. He was a pudgy fella who looked a bit like a shopkeeper in the mortal world. However, do not be fooled by his obese appearance since he was very famous in the barren earth. He was the Heaven Guard sect master with the title of For Heaven. He forcibly reached virtuous paragon during the difficult Tao era, causing his awe-inspiring prestige to echo far and wide. For Heaven bowed towards Li Chia and spoke with reverence, "May I ask for your name?" "Emperor, Li Chia." Li Chia emotionlessly spoke, "What is your purpose?" "Protect the emperor and guard the heaven's prestige." For Heaven quickly shouted and prostrated on the ground. The sect did not greet emperor's return with the proper welcoming ceremony. "This was my mistake." Li Chia gently motioned with his hand and said, "There's no need for the troublesome formalities of the past, we are not strangers." For Heaven stood up with great excitement. There was a legend in their sect stating that the mission of all future disciples was to wait for the emperor's return. It was their purpose, to protect the emperor and guard the heaven's prestige. This creed had been passed down from generation to generation. However, so many years had passed and the emperor did not return. Although immortal Emperor Jinyu and immortal Emperor Mu Tian had news of the emperor, he never came back. The sect stayed hidden for many generations while awaiting their emperor. Only with the presence of their emperor could the Heaven Guard truly be itself. Chapter 939. Sect Master for Heaven. Sect Master for Heaven regained himself from his excitement and prostrated before Li Chia. "The return of the emperor shall be our sect's glory." Li Chia interrupted him by waving his sleeve. "Sect Master, I do not plan on staying here for long. There's no need to speak about other things, the sect shall stay as it is and continue on its course. Nothing should change because of my return." "But Emperor," For Heaven was stunned after hearing this, not knowing how to respond. Li Chia slowly spoke while looking at him. "Sect Master, I know you are thinking about many things right now, but what I bring to the Heaven Guard sect is not glory, only death. For generations, our disciples have all been willing to fight for the Emperor. Death on the battlefield is our glory." For Heaven emotionally spoke, "The Heaven Guard exists for the Emperor. If we do not protect the Emperor, how can we continue to be the Heaven Guard?" "I know." Li Chia gently sighed before replying with some weariness and forlorn, "I have never doubted the loyalty of the Heaven Guard sect. Until now, all of you have been absolutely devoted, but you have paid too much. Your sect was almost destroyed in the ancient Ming War. It only recovered after the great struggles of the two immortal emperors, Jinyu and Mu Tian." For Heaven solemnly spoke, "We, the Heaven Guard, are willing to serve the Emperor even if it costs all of our lives. This is the oath and ancestral teaching left behind by our progenitor, immortal Emperor Qi Zhen. We absolutely will not cause trouble for you, it's just that we cannot breach our ancestral teachings either. Forefather Mu Tian left it behind and said that you yourself agreed to it." "I agreed to it? Since when did I agree to marry your empress?" Li Qie glared at the sect master. Emperor, we have the forefathers' personal letter, this isn't just us making things up. For Heaven was scared out of his mind. Those ancestors knew that something like this would happen, yet they still pushed him in. They truly had no honor. Fine, bring Mu Tian's letter to me. Li Qie waved his sleeve. He truly couldn't recall when he promised Mu Tian to marry this empress. For Heaven immediately went to get the forefathers' ancestral letter. After a while, he finally came back while respectfully holding a divine box with both hands. Li Qie took it and opened the box containing the letter. After flipping it over, a majestic and supreme immortal emperor aura poured out. There was no way to fake this kind of aura. It could only come from the inheritance of an immortal emperor. Fuck, this brat Mu Tian actually dared to trick me. Li Qie couldn't keep from cursing after reading the letter. At the same time, for Heaven down below was quivering in fear. He was afraid of Li Qie becoming angry. This was the agreement between their emperor and immortal emperor. Juniors like them could only be trapped in distress in this matter. Of course, the one suffering the most was him, unlike the hiding ancestors who were using him. Li Qie sat down on his chair and casually threw the letter back into the box with a wry smile. All along, he had been the one to deceive and fool others, but now, he had been duped by immortal Emperor Mu Tian. Back then, immortal Emperor Mu Tian tried to persuade him to come back to the Heaven Guard. However, Li Qie didn't do so and only agreed to accept one request from the Emperor. He didn't expect for something like this to be the request. Emperor, about this, for Heaven hesitated for a long time before mustering the courage to say, about this matter, what do you, Li Qie exasperatedly sighed at this entrapment set up by immortal Emperor Mu Tian. If that Mu Tian brat was still here, I would beat him to death. Li Qie said, I was the one who taught him about tricking people, yet he actually used it against me. That is our forefathers' business, it has nothing to do with us juniors, for Heaven quickly denied their involvement. He didn't want to suffer the wrath of the Emperor. Chapter 940, Suzhen. Li Qie sat there in silence. Although he didn't say anything about marrying this empress, this hole that immortal Emperor Mu Tian had intentionally dug for him came to the same end. Emperor, so, what do you think about this matter? What do you want to do? For Heaven courageously asked despite his nervousness. Li Qie looked at the sect master and said, my words are worth 1,000 gold. If I have agreed, then so be it. I will marry her. For Heaven couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief after hearing this. He wiped away the cold sweat dripping down his forehead. If the Emperor didn't agree, then there was nothing that they could do since no one knew what exactly had happened back then. Moreover, they were merely disciples, unqualified to demand or force the Emperor to do something. However, the position of Heavenly Empress does not belong to her. Li Qie gently shook his head. If she is willing, I can give her the position of a concubine. The sect master didn't know what to do. This wasn't something that he could take command of, so he didn't know what to say in this situation. I accept. During For Heaven's moment of loss, a sweet and clear voice came about as someone walked inside. For Heaven was scared out of his mind after seeing this intruder and quickly stopped her. Suzhen, you shouldn't have come in here. The intruder spoke, Sect Master, this is the biggest event in my life, I have the right to know. Just her pleasant voice alone was an indescribable pleasure. It was enough to make others think that she was a beauty. The clearness in her soft voice was very relaxing. Let her in. Li Qie told the sect master who was stopping the girl, that's right, this is an important event in her life, she has the right to take charge of it. For Heaven had to let the girl inside. He felt a flinch in his stomach because he was afraid the Emperor would become angry after seeing her face. The girl walked to the front of Li Qie and looked straight at him. She was very bold and lacked hesitation despite knowing his identity. Li Qie observed the girl before him. She wore a completely white outfit with a jade hanging on her waist. It was a very simple style, yet it gave her a noble air since she was the one wearing it. One could still see her perfect curves beneath the loose silk dress. It could not hide her supple body. She was thin and tall with long brows and straight shoulders. It could be said that one would be hard-pressed to point out a flaw in this girl's figure. From just her figure, it was more than apparent that this was a supreme beauty. The only thing that remained a mystery was her facial features. She had a silk veil, revealing only her bright and watery eyes. Heaven Guard disciple, Suzhen greets the emperor. She bowed before him with her pleasing voice that would make minds of others drift. Li Qie slowly spoke, "Take off your veil so that I can see." For Heaven's heart was hanging on a thread after hearing Li Qie's words. He almost said something, but he bit his tongue. Suzhen obeyed and slowly took off her veil before looking straight at Li Qie. Anyone would think that she was a great beauty after hearing her voice and seeing her figure. However, after seeing her face, they would gasp or even involuntarily scream out in fear. Her face was disproportionate to her figure. The proportions of her facial features were perfect. However, there were many strange, runic lines growing on her face. They resembled wrinkles, but they weren't actually wrinkles. It was as if she had suffered the most terrifying curse in this world. It was frankly hideous and caused people to shiver without being cold. No one would want to take a second glance at Suzhen's face. For Heaven couldn't bear to look either. He was not afraid of looking at her face, it was just that he didn't want to see her being hurt. He gently sighed as he knew that this day would come. It was a bit too unreasonable to make the emperor marry a disciple from their sect. No one would want to marry someone like Suzhen, let alone the supreme emperor. She calmly spoke, "If emperor does not want to marry Suzhen, then I won't blame you. I was fated to be the empress from birth. I was born to be yours and I shall die as yours." Suzhen was not self-conscious at all after revealing her face. "Emperor, she is not to be blamed. She was born with that face." For Heaven quickly spoke, "The runes on her face are permanent. We can't remove them, Li Qie gently waved his sleeve to interrupt For Heaven. He stared seriously at the runic lines on her face before speaking, "What type of person have I not seen after so many eras? For me, beauty of the flesh is meaningless, unable to reach the apex. Being pretty or not is not important to me." Emperor is saying, For Heaven couldn't help but become happy after hearing this. Li Qie gazed at Suzhen and slowly announced, "My promise can be carried out at any time. If I promised Mu Tian, then I shall do it. If you are willing, then I can marry you, but the position of my wife is not for you. This is not because of your looks. I'm afraid no one in this world can be my wife. I can give you two options. 1, be my concubine, 2, be my confidant. You already know a lot about me, so you are qualified to stay by my side." "I agree." Suzhen didn't need to think at all, "No matter what they may be, I am ready to follow your orders." "Very good." Li Qie nodded and signaled to her, "Come here, let me see your face." She stepped forward without any embarrassment or unnaturalness. She was still as calm as before. They were only inches apart. Li Qie gently caressed her face and felt her smooth skin. He kept on touching it for a while. Suzhen comfortably stood there without saying anything. She had an indescribable serenity and grace ingrained in her. For Heaven stood there with bated breath. He didn't dare to comment either. Impossible. After feeling her face many times, Li Qie was startled. He spoke, "This is impossible, you have the bloodline of Qizhen's direct branch." Emperor actually noticed it too. For Heaven added with surprise, "You are right, she is our progenitor's descendant." "No." Li Qie waved his hand dismissively, "I know full well whether or not Qizhen has descendants. If Qizhen did, then this bloodline would have been passed down from long ago. What did Mu Tian do back then?" Li Qie thought of another possibility and asked while glaring at For Heaven. I really don't know about this matter." For Heaven explained, "Forefather Mu Tian didn't tell his juniors about the details. Even my master doesn't have a clear understanding. I only heard that Su Zhen's branch appeared in Heaven Guard after forefather Mu Tian's generation. He was the one who specified that this branch were the descendants of the progenitor. However, a bloodline like Su Zhen's only appeared in this generation, and she is the only one. For Heaven told Li Qie everything that he knew. Li Qie contemplated for a moment after hearing this. If this was indeed immortal Emperor Qizhen's bloodline, then there was another possibility. Li Qie looked back at Su Zhen and slowly spoke. To be precise, you have the bloodline of Qizhen, but you are not Qizhen's descendant. With that, he stared at the runic lines on her face and continued, no matter how you think of your face, there's no need to feel inferior. It should be said that you should be proud instead. This is an honor. It is extremely rare for something like this to happen to your branch. This is a very valuable sign within your bloodline. What are we? Are we still human? Su Zhen couldn't help but ask. In fact, for Heaven curiously stared at Li Qie as well. Although everyone knew that immortal Emperor Qizhen was their progenitor, the emperor had always been a mystery. No one knew the emperor's background or even their gender. In fact, it had been said that immortal Emperor Qizhen was the emperor who stayed in this world the shortest. Rumor has it that after becoming emperor, Qizhen disappeared right away. No one knew the specific details of this, not even the World Guard True God. Well, you don't need to know for now. Li Qie shook his head. If you keep working hard, I will tell you the secret one day. Su Zhen couldn't help but ask, what is the criteria for this eventual one day? The day when you reach atavism. Li Qie gently touched her face again and said, remember, this is not a burden or a reason for low self-esteem. These lines are not ugly, you have yet to know the reason for its existence. The secrets inside are beyond your imagination. Li Qie sat there in silence. Although he didn't say anything about marrying this empress, this hole that immortal Emperor Mu Tian had intentionally dug for him came to the same result. Emperor, so, what do you think about this matter? What do you want to do? For Heaven courageously asked despite his nervousness. Li Qie looked at the sect master and said, my words are worth 1,000 gold. If I have agreed, then so be it. I will marry her. For Heaven couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief after hearing this. He wiped away the cold sweat dripping down his forehead. If the emperor didn't agree, then there was nothing that they could do since no one knew what exactly had happened back then. Moreover, they were disciples who weren't qualified to demand or force the emperor to do something. However, the position of Heavenly Empress does not belong to her. Li Qie gently shook his head. If she is willing, I can give her the position of a concubine. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.